Talk to me. Watch your back. Be good. Off with you. Be good. Watch your back.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
Hey, what's up, boss? It's time to grind. How you doing, man? I did crash a Bitcoin, didn't I? After I sold my Bitcoin, I did sell at the right time. I was just telling my wife that. It's like, oh, I guess I sold at the right time. It's down to 100, it's going down to 103. How did I do it? Well, I thought it was going to go sideways. Like I looked at the indicators and I asked ChatGPT to run the formula that I have, that looks at all the indicators. And it said most likely that Bitcoin would either go down or it would go sideways, but that there was a high probability it would go down because it was overbought. I don't know about that, but I was pretty certain it was gonna. Even Pepe. Oh, the Pepe. But I was pretty sure it was gonna go down. I think I thought it would go to like 105, 106, but it actually went further down than that, Well, you didn't sell it. I mean, didn't I tell you to sell Pepe a long time ago? I just woke up from I think I was asleep for like 2 hours. I'm getting pretty good at that. A lot of it's just luck. But I'm getting pretty good with Bitcoin. Like I'm getting pretty good with Bitcoin. Like kind of just feeling the motion of it. It's like a wave in the ocean. Sometimes you just kind of, when the wave goes up, it's always going to come down with Bitcoin. So, but it'll go back up. I mean, you know how it is. It'll definitely go back up. I just think right now. But yeah, I was really worried about when to sell. I was looking at it. I was like, oh man, if I'm going to sell some Bitcoin and use as a down payment for the house, I said I probably should sell right now. And I was watching it, and finally I said, oh, I just got to sell it. And I was like, it's gonna go down.
Watch your back.
I have a Stormpike Battle Standard, right? I have Alliance Battle Standard. Wait. What's the difference? What's the difference between the Alliance Battle Standard and the Stormpike Battle Standard? Plays 15 health, increasing damage, members. 15. It's the same, last 2 minutes. But does it share the same cooldown? Oh, it's only 4 gold. Let's buy one. And let's put it... we don't use this anyway. Not currently, anyway.
Off with you.
I'm sure it's the same cooldown. China banned it again? Oh, come on, really? China banned Bitcoin again? That's just because they're pissed off at Trump? That's crazy. They lied in their trade deal. Here, let's see if this shares the same cooldown as the 8. I'm sure it does, right? Oh, no, it's only 2 minutes. Okay, so that's good. So we are going to want to use this. Let's put this back, though. And... crap, I'm going to need some more keybinds. I can put on the down key. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay, we'll just watch the timer. Yeah. Yeah, there's the Alliance Battle Standard. I think it was always in WoW Vanilla. You buy this one from the vendor in the, in Stormwind, in that little PvP room in Old Town. And then the vendor here, I just noticed that he sells the Stormpike Battle Standard, which does the same thing, but the cool thing is that this one only puts the Stormpike in a 2-minute cooldown. You can see it's almost back up again. So we'll be able to drop these more consistently, more frequently, which is good. Let's see what we're looking at. Alright, we might be able to slip up here.
Destroy them.
Well, he wants to go for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. This guy's gonna go down. Pet stun. Of course, the warrior. First thing warriors always do fear. Well, he's dead now. Fury warrior, dual wielding. Yeah, he's dead. First thing Furiers always do is they fear you. Holy crap. Let's go ahead and see if we can't use the archers up here to our advantage. Unless I'm a hunter, we'll just do a little sneaky shots here. No, they're out of range already. Need to clean my mouse pad. Can't fear my pet, buddy. You can't. Oh, jeez, there's a lot of horde. There's a lot of horde, my friends. Oh, we got a druid on us.
Lovely.
We got multiple druids on us. We're going down here. We're going down, but we're going to take this druid with us. Popping healing potion. Kiting. Oh, no. Warriors on us. Oh, no. We got friends. We got friends. We got heals. Oh, my God. We got heals. I didn't expect to get heals. I never expect to get heals when I'm in a battleground. Like, just, you know what I mean? Oh, we got some heals. No, always say thank you. Yeah, I saw MMObyte did a video on Ion 2, and he also talked about that I believe Icy Veins has a full dossier / rundown of Ion 2 to give us an idea of everything that's going to be included as far as all the features. So I meant to go, at some point tonight to go to Icy Veins and kind of read up on Ion 2. Now, MMObyte is always going to be positive to try to get people to look at his channel, but I have to go and watch it for myself and kind of read up on it and see what's going on. So they're making them different servers. Okay, well so you just mean, yeah, that's not that uncommon. You're saying, like, if you want to roll If you want to roll Elios, or if you want to roll, what's the other one? It's Elios and the Asmodeans, right? If you want to roll Elios or Asmodeans, whichever choice you pick puts you on a different server. That's not that uncommon. It just means that it's just like in WoW. I mean, like once you pick your faction, once you go into a server and you have no characters on that server, once you pick a character and you pick a faction, then every character you create on that server has to be that faction. They've done that before with Ion. Wait a minute, you're saying no. No. What I'm saying is it's based on per person, per real life player. It's not based on the server. Like the whole server has both factions, but once you pick your faction, you can only play that faction on that server. But there's other people playing the other faction on that server. I mean, I haven't read the article yet, so I'm assuming that's how it's going to work. I need to clean my mouse. Oh, here it is. It says the Elios and Asmodeans will play on separate servers. Players will face off in race versus race battles through matchmaking. Okay. So yeah, it sounds like, yeah. Players will face off in race versus race battles through matchmaking and special dimensional invasion events. So it sounds like there's cross-server events, right? This guy. No. You did it right. It just sounds like there's only cross-server events. Is the only time you'll be fighting players of the other faction. It sounds like the server is indeed one faction. You know, which is kind of weird. But where's my pet at? Come on, pet. There he is.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I agree with you. I don't agree with them doing that. It seems kind of a weird way to do it, but you know, it is a Korean developer, so you know how they go. You know how they are. They do weird stuff sometimes. No, actually, surprisingly, in Ion 1, it was pretty well balanced. Like, I think to me, Blizzard was the first game I played where, and WoW was pretty even in the beginning too. It wasn't until later that WoW started to have problems with everybody always picking the Horde. And it's just because the kiddies always want to be on the winning side, and once they see, and it was more of a PvP thing mostly. You see it all the time on private servers, right? On private servers. The population tends to, you know what I mean? On a private servers, most private servers are going to run a PvP server because they usually run one server, and they know that if they run PvP, that's going to get the most people. that was the wrong trap.
Break their bones.
Watch. Oh no. Oh, come on, really?
Lovely. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Oh, I'm screwed here.
You were screwed.
Yeah, I like how I said I'm screwed, and then my add-on told me I was screwed as well. I would have easily destroyed the rogue, but once the warlock showed up, it was a different story. I was looking forward to destroying that rogue too. Yeah, I don't like, in vanilla the balance was pretty even. In TBC the balance was pretty even. I don't remember when the first time that it really started to skew towards the Horde. I remember it got really bad I remember it got bad in Classic. Like, I didn't really feel like it got that bad until... But honestly, I didn't see like the really, really bad issue with Horde with balance until 2019 after Classic relaunched. Not sure what's going on here. You know, and the fact that we're kicking the shit out of them here, but I'm not sure why so many Alliance are here. Like, this is not good though. This looks like it's going to be a long battleground, which sucks. I'm really frustrated by these battlegrounds because we're not getting quick ones. It's like when they had the AV weekend, like everybody was queuing BGs, everybody was queuing AV, and it was super fast. But it seems like if we don't have AV weekend, it's just a shit show. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a lot of dumb. I don't understand that either. Honestly, I don't get that either. Can I stun him? No, pet stun. He's immune to pet stun, looks like. I can remember. The only game you didn't choose underdog was Store. I picked the caster class, kind of, that, you know, the one where I could pick people up off the ground and like choke them with the force. What was that class called? Yeah, I think I was the Inquisitor. No, it wasn't the Consular. I was the Inquisitor. I was the... Oh, I'm glad that ended quickly. I was the Inquisitor. I'm sure I've got some... Let's see. This is from 6 years ago? So this is my character here. Do I have... I wonder if I have... Oh man, it would be so cool if I had Hut Ball, but I don't think I have any Hut Ball footage. I'm pretty sure I don't have any Hut Ball footage, which is really depressing, to be honest, because that's... As we know, that's the best PvP game mode of all time. Yeah, I don't. There it is. Yeah, I am Sith Sorcerer. There she is. See, my main character in Star Wars: The Old Republic was Morgasha, the level 31 Sith Sorcerer. And you can see I'm leaning towards the dark because my eyes are getting all black and dark and red. The dark side. Mm-hmm. As one should, yeah. I'm kind of like you, I guess. The only time I picked the... Yeah. Yeah, I gotta watch the MMO's Bites. Yeah, I always forget his name. Let's see, Mark, that's his name, Mark. Yeah, Mark Zhukov. So Mark is MMO Byte from the YouTube channel MMO Byte. He's the one who was doing that. Like I said, he did the video on Ion 2. I think it was today or yesterday. So. So I need to go look that video up again. Oh man, so and we've also got Ion 2. We've got what's that other game coming out, man? Oh my god, this like house shopping has just melted my brain right now. I can't even remember what's going on in the world of MMOs. Yeah, best just go to the Discord channel. We can refresh my memory. Chrono Odyssey. Still haven't finished that damn developer interview. Yeah, thanks. I had to go back to Discord. Couldn't remember. I just woke up from a long nap. My brain isn't still in hibernation, it seems like. Yeah, Chrono Odyssey, and that game looks interesting. I don't know how good it's going to be, but it looks interesting. And then we've got Chrono Odyssey, we've got Ion 2, and the one that I think looks the most interesting, which is Arcade Chronicles. I think Arcade looks the most interesting as far as the new MMOs. You know?
King's honor, friend.
But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Why are you not climbing that hill? You're running up that hill. Why are you not climbing? What's going on, girl? Oh, so I was leveling my Warlock last night just a little bit, like for like a level. And I finally figured out, Valst, I figured out why, and it's such a simple thing. Such a simple thing to figure out, but every time I level a Warlock, I always kind of get bored of it a little bit, and I never can quite figure it out because I'm like, on the surface, Warlock seems really great. I was like, it should be really cool, but it's the most simplest reason as to why I don't like Warlock. I mean, and I don't dislike Warlock. I'm just saying I don't like it as much as like Warrior or Hunter. No, that's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's none of that. It's the standing in place casting. It's that, and that may get better. That'll probably get better as I talent, right? Because I think I can turn one of the spells I'm casting right now that's a stand in place cast. I think will become instant cast with talents, right? I believe. But it feels like I'm standing in, like right now, like I'm standing in place a lot. Like if I want to cast Shadow Bolt, I'm standing in place. If I want to cast like Immolate, I'm standing in place. If I want to cast Curse of one of the curses, I think Curse of Agony or one of them, I'm standing in place because it's a cast. It's got a casting time to it. Yeah, it's the standing in place I don't care for, and I think that's what was so cool about. That was what I really liked about Fire Mage, like Fire Mage and like Shadowlands or even in pre-Shadowlands. You know, you had so much like instant cast, like and I definitely do not like standing in place in any MMO. I don't like standing in place. I want to be mobile. I want to be able to move while I'm doing stuff. Because it just makes it feel more dynamic, you know? You know? Stormcaller and Rift. Rift had a lot of classes that allowed you to move. You know, Rift had a lot of classes that allowed you to move while you were playing. All right, so see, we have two minutes on the Alliance Battle Standard, but the Stormpike should be up, and you see it is. The Stormpike Battle Standard is up. I don't know, did we cap? Yeah, they did cap. Damn it. Some idiot had capped it Alliance, which is not what we want. It was so broken they never. Yeah, Rift had, because of the souls, the trees, and Rift. It was so there was a lot of overpowered classes. I remember I did the remember the cleric, remember the warden soul. So like when I went cleric I had like basically it was like a druid healer, like a hot healer, but it was so powerful. Like, you know how you throw up like a hot. I had a build with the cleric in Rift where I would go into battlegrounds and I could maintain 5 individual ticking heals on every single person in my group, and it was like almost impossible for the enemy team to win because they couldn't get past all my healing. I just kept maintaining like 5 ticking heals, hots on every single person, and it was just insane the amount of healing I put out, you know. Slay them all. Oh yeah, I know. I just didn't want to pay the money right now. But yeah, I have been looking at it. I was talking to Reptilian about it. What I like about what I asked him, one of my biggest questions about a game like that is what is it like if you just take your character and point in a direction and just walk and just explore, and what happens? Is it fun? Is there things to do? You know, am I forced to quest a level? Am I forced to follow a main storyline? Because I don't want to be forced to follow a main storyline. I want to be able to just point in a certain direction and just walk and find stuff to do. And Reptilian said that you can do that, but he said it's actually really challenging. And see, it's a lot more difficult than Skyrim, which actually, you know me, I like a challenge, so that immediately intrigued me, you know. So it is like an MMO? So it is like an MMO? He said that the crafting wasn't like an MMO, though. That it was more of like, oh, if you just have certain regions, you can craft stuff. There was no like mini game related crafting. Okay, that's cool. I might try it out. There's no scaling. Yeah, he did tell me that. He told me there's no scaling, which I'm a fan of that. I just wish that MMOs wouldn't be zone specific. Like I don't want to walk into a zone and say, "Oh, this zone's level 20 to 30." I don't think any MMO should be like that. I think every zone should just be 1 to 60. It should be like, maybe this area of the zone there's 60 mobs. Maybe this area of the zone there's 20 mobs. I want it to be like all over the place. You know, like in Skyrim, if you're walking through the mountains and you're level 1, maybe you run into some bandits that are level 5, but all of a sudden you run past a cave and this level like 30 massive bear comes out. You know, it should be variable. But yeah, definitely no scaling. Scaling sucks. Yeah, Skyrim's way too easy. We just need the kiter. Somebody kite. What are they doing? Are there more horde? Yes, there are more horde. Yeah, I'll look at again. I'll look at it. Today I was too busy, man. I mean, I was trying to work. Plus, I had a laundry list of stuff to do for trying to close that house. So I was like, I mean, I was so busy, it was insane. I had to run to the bank not once but twice, man. Stupid Wells Fargo. Where's that? We don't have a kiter. Yeah, what's up? No, this is not the hunter I made a few weeks ago. That hunter is on a different WoW account, and she's like level, what, like 16 maybe or something? This is my primary hunter. Yeah, I know I haven't been playing much lately because I've been too busy with other stuff. I guess we don't have enough here to, yeah. How I wish I had, like... Maybe I should start using my trinket, I don't know. Whoa! I can see that, I can see that disconnect coming. That was weird. Don't usually disconnect in AV. It looked like we just went through some sort of weird glitch in the floor that caused a disconnect. Where's my pet at? Where is my pet? Oh, there he is. He finally just showed up right through the wall. What we got? I feel like it's like we're playing Centipede. You know, this is like the murder hole, and they're just walking into our murder hole here. Yeah, so much for that. At least these games are ending fairly quickly.
How are you? Safe travels.
Hmm.
Looking for something specific?
You need something?
This is what we're going for, guys. We're gonna go for the Grand Marshal's right-hand blade. And then I think for the offhand, we have two choices. We've got the Grand Marshal's Dirk, which is a 2.0 attack speed weapon, or we can go with the Swift Blade, right, which is 1.8 attack speed, or we can go with the offhand fist weapon, which I know there's one here somewhere. At least I think there is. Set 200 years after the original game, Ion 2 takes place in a world where the Tower of Ion has fallen and the Daves have lost their power. The iconic Helios Amazon factions are back, but with some changes to keep things balanced and avoid the usual good versus evil setup. The Asmodeans now have a sleeker, more attractive design. Interestingly, Elion and Asmodeans will play on separate servers. That is weird. One of Ion's most beloved features, flying, is coming back, bigger than ever. The developer said the world Ion 2 is 36 times larger than the original. Holy shit, that's big. And the players will be able to fly anywhere without the old limitations. That means there's going to be no flight time limit. No matter if you're fighting on land, at sea, or in the air, expect a lot more freedom and mobility. That's cool. Ion 2 will launch with 8 classes, including favorites like Gladiator, Templar, Assassin. What about Cleric? There it is, Cleric. Cleric's what I always played in Ion. Chanter, hybrid support, healing buffs. I like hybrid supports. I don't care for spirit. Summon spirits, no. Long range, tiger with precision shots. It's okay. Stealthy. Templar, traditional tank with shield and strong defense. So the ones that appeal to me are Templar and Cleric. There will be no gacha or loot boxes for skills. Everything is earned through gameplay. Customization has let me know the system is even deeper than before. You can tweak over 200 features when creating your character, and yes, silly but fun buddy types like chibi and big heads are back too. The big heads, oh my god. The big heads, man. Alright, we're at 40,000 honor. We only need like, we need 411,000 honor, so. So we need 300 and like, 60, we need like 370,000 honor. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, so Vols, I'm hoping that Bitcoin in November drops to like, $10,000 per Bitcoin, which should never happen. So I can't believe, so China banned Bitcoin. I can't believe that. What the heck? That's just unbelievable, man. How could that, like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, banning Bitcoin is so stupid for them. I mean, them banning Bitcoin is really dumb. Like, they're shooting themselves in the foot. Bitcoin is a way for the... I mean, I'm sure their government's still buying Bitcoin. Like, the Chinese government's still going to buy Bitcoin. They're just saying we're banning what? That our citizens can't buy it, or we can't trade it on certain platforms? I mean, what does it really mean? You know what I mean? Come on, buddy, let's go. Come on, stop being feared. Boom! I will see you later, my friend. Like Citizen Man. Meow. Do you like the little meow there? Oh no. These stupid archers piss me off. Citizen Khan, you have been banned. Yeah, it's stupid. They're only hurting. I think they only hurt themselves by banning. They only hurt themselves by banning Bitcoin. Like really, and their citizens. You know.
Lovely.
Oh, I see what's going on. And they flagged it for the Alliance. They keep flagging it for the Alliance, which is not what you want to do. You want to flag that. You want to leave this as horde. Oh, they did leave it as horde. Good. Something's wrong with my interface, and I can't type. Come on, come on. Shift X. Okay, no, that's right. Okay. Oh, really? You're going to...
Lovely.
It's just, this is like a bot. Like they're just running in a circle. Like they're not even moving. And now you see how they're not really running away from the location. That's got to be like a bot. Oh. And killed my pet right after I summoned him too. What an asshole. I just summoned him. Yeah.
Lovely.
Okay, he's dead. My pet didn't... It's like a... What is it with these guys, man? Look at that, we got two. Oh, no, it's a different one, never mind. Somebody else dropped that one. Yeah, so it is worth getting the Stormpike battle standard as well as the Alliance one, because they can come out more quickly than if you just drop one at a time. Man, I keep every time I stop to get a drink, some of these slimy horde come out, man. When the horde wins, out. I thought he was saying the percentage of the horde guy, boss, whatever, Drekthar, whatever.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Even though I took a 2-hour nap, I'm still tired. Oh my god. Oh god. Maybe I should make some coffee. Oh, I don't want to drink coffee though. It's too late. Let's go back to that article. Okay, so better combat and crossform. Combat is getting a serious upgrade. The combat will include rear hit detection, meaning you do more damage when hitting enemies from behind, encouraging more strategic movement. The developers also said they're moving away from auto combat, aiming for a manual action. Well, they better move away from auto combat and aiming for a manual action-focused system more in line with modern MMOs. That's good to hear. Ion 2 is being developed primarily for PC, not mobile. That's good to hear. Mounts are also briefly discussed. You better unlock them by collecting fragments. Okay. Developers also announced that they are recruiting players for a focus group test. Applications are open May 29th to June 12th. February, March, April, May. Oh, shit. I don't think I signed up for that. English? I don't see sign. It's still not English. Do I have an Ion 2 Korean account? Or an Ion... Let's see. NCSoft. Okay, it looks like my Ion account is still there. My NCSoft account, anyway. So yes, Vals, you want the Bitcoin price to drop to $10,000 sometime in... Why am I having trouble going up this fucking hill? At the end of November. That way I can put all of my bonus into Bitcoin. And then we want it to go back up to 120,000. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm gonna have to get my Google Translate out so we can translate the Korean on on the site, because I can't read it. It's not translating everything to English. I want to make sure that when Ion 2 comes out in Korea that we get an account so we can stream some of the Korean Ion 2, Korean only, on the channel here, hopefully. But we're gonna probably have to come up with some sort of you know, we're gonna have to finagle ourselves some sort of a Ion 2 Korean account, and then I'll have to run the VPN again. I might try a different VPN this time. I was having trouble with. Normally in the past, I always had good luck with the VPN software that I was using, exit lag. But last couple times I was using it, it wasn't really working as well as I would have liked. Ooh, big time damage by the rogue. I wasted my feigned death. Oh wow. It's the Giga Chad. But apparently he's just good at being Giga AFK. Alliance? Yeah, it's Alliance.
Destroy them. Break their bones.
I don't know how to kite this shit. I've never kited this room, so I don't really know how to kite it. Always the same one kiting. Yeah, I don't really know what they do when they kite. They just pull them and run around, probably. This whole, like, pull the room and kite is something that they started, I think, pretty recently. At least I don't really remember doing it before, anyway. The Alliance wins.
Well met. Be good. You got my attention. Be good. Watch your back. Be good. Off with you. Watch your back.
So we're talking about Ion, and we're listening to some Ion 2 music, or some Ion music. While we talk about Ion 2, let me get my phone out. Let's pull up Google Translate. Right? Let's see what this says. I mean, do we have... Okay, so did... So guide to the name service you'll meet again in Ion 2. I'm not really sure what that means. Okay, let's take a look. English. Here, always translate Korean. Member since 2012. Password for 5 years, 3 months in use. Oh, the grind is real. I don't even want to look at my honor because it's so depressing. I don't even want to look at how much honor I need for this week, and it's already, what, Friday night? So depressing. Honestly, the best way I found to grind honor and not be too depressed about it is I don't even stream. I just do it while I watch movies on my other monitor. Like, I'll just pull up like Hulu or something and watch movies or while I'm playing, you know, because I can totally do this while watching a movie. I can kill Horde and watch movies at the same time. Let's see what we got. Typical warrior, probably a mage. No, hunter. Level 58 hunter, too. Was that a rogue? That's a warrior. Yeah. Too many horde. Too many horde. That's a pretty cool name, though. Stonebrow. That's not bad. Stonebrow. Well, that would have gone with like stone. I don't know. I'm not Stonebrow. They already flagged it, Alliance? What disappointing. Meow.
Destroy them.
Alright, let's look at the depressiveness. Oh, 54,000.
Break their bones.
I was hoping to get some rune cloth. I need some more bandages. That's the only reason I was looting those guys. There we go. One rune cloth. No, one heavy bandage anyway. I don't know how the kite works. Honestly, I have no idea how this kite works. But we'll give it a go. I'm going to try to pull... Actually, I probably could have kited outside and then around, right? Oh, they're not coming still? I guess they decided to attack other people.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
I see that. I'm totally screwed here.
You were screwed.
Yeah, I'm totally dead. Totally dead here.
Nate.
Yep. God, the Horde are nowhere even near our base. This doesn't look good. Fucking turtle. Shit. It's a turtle. Oh my god. Pull up Netflix, time to watch a movie. Alright, we gotta take a look on. We gotta fill out the Google Translate. I want to translate Korean to English. What does this button say? We want camera. Where's my camera? Hey, what's up, John? Okay, this button says fill out the application form.
Slay them all.
Alright. Yeah. We gotta fill out the application form. It says, Davis, we're waiting for new entries. We have prepared a special event that you can enjoy and become a main character. Sequential individual notifications will be provided to winners only. Okay. They're all very doom and gloom. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I don't think this will be... fail, your ID will be checked if I do so. Result restricted entry. Please write with your real name. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get in here because it's Korean only, so... So, I don't think I'm going to... I don't think I'm going to fill this out. We'll see. How did they... I'm glad they won. The Korean comments. I haven't... Here, let's take a look at...
Great to meet you.
Guys, so there was a recent interview done with one of the CEOs for NCSoft, and a lot of these questions were in regards to Ion 2, so I thought I would translate them and share them with you. I did go over this live on Twitch. Be sure to follow me on Twitch. And remember, there is a big Ion 2 live stream that is going to go over not only the monetization, it should go over the monetization, they alluded to that, but also just showcase a bunch of stuff that we're all wondering.
You can see he's already written the comments here.
In regards to Ion 2. That's going to be on the 29th of this month, 8 p.m. KR, 7 a.m. EDT, NA Eastern. If you do want to watch the segment live, we will have translators. I'm going to be watching it on Twitch. Come follow me. I will be live during that segment. And of course, I will upload that segment to the YouTubes. All right. So right above me is pretty much the highlighted main juice of this interview, and we're just going to go over this real quick. Not going to waste too much of your time. Just wanted to relay this information. The first thing, and by the way, this is going to be in the order of the question of the Q&A here. Okay, so the first thing that was pretty much confirmed was that the game will feature less pay to win, but will have some. Okay, they did make some comparisons to the Lineage IP and the Ion IP, saying things like Ion IP has more PvE compared to Lineage. The BM models, business models were going to be different, but TLDR, it is going to have some pay-to-win elements, but it's going to be less pay-to-win. Surprise, surprise. The next thing was that Ion in general has more of a focus on PvE raids compared to Lineage. Sorry, I actually combined this. I explained that in the first note. Sorry about that. But yeah, there it is. Now, that's not to be mixed up with Ion as a PvE game, because there's actually a pretty decent emphasis on PvP RVR, which is towards the bottom. You guys have probably already kind of skimmed through the notes. We'll get to that. But moving on, the next point was that less pay to win, different monetization. Again, I mentioned that in the first point. Sorry. They also talk about the revenue projections with Ion 2 in this game, or in this interview. Sorry. And they just kind of break it down in comparison to some of the mobile games and all that stuff with a low ball.
No, FYI, if you don't know, I'm a huge fan of Kanan. Kanan does really good content, plus he speaks Korean, so since I play a lot of Korean MMOs, you know, he's always a good person to go to get the skinny.
Conservative estimate, Ion 2 is estimated to be about 1/3 to 1/4 of the annual revenue of Lineage 2M and Lineage W in Korea. Now, there's some people that are talking about this being a mobile game. And I think we all know, and the numbers show, NCSoft has showcased it, mobile games obviously generate more money. Now, my understanding with Ion 2 was that originally it was being developed as a mobile game, but they pivoted from that, and it's supposed to be a PC exclusive game. Now, this statement here would also, I feel like, unless I'm reading it wrong, because again, wording isn't super clear, but this kind of reinforces the idea of this game being more of a PC focused game, because they're estimating it to make 1/3 or 1/4 of the revenue of Lineage 2 and Lineage W, which made significantly more. Unless it means like the total of these two. Again, the way it was worded, not super clear. I'm not really sure. And to be perfectly honest, I
Korea launch in November. Global launch mid-year next year. Major form of retention Ion 2 will be from the original Ion, RVR faction, Realm versus Realm faction combat. So yeah, the factions, like one server is a specific faction, which is interesting, like what Val said. So when you pick a server, that server is going to be only one faction, you know, so that's weird. But it will have Realm versus Realm PvP, and there's supposed to be other events besides Realm versus Realm that also are going to be like, I mean, they're not going to be Realm versus Realm, but there'll be events that include the other faction from other servers. So there'll be multiple ways in which you can compete against other factions from other servers in the game. So kind of interesting, a little different way to do it. Much
do
more
not
confident in Ion 2 compared to Throne of Liberty.
know. I genuinely do not know whether or not
I'm
is
assuming that's Kanan's comment there. Like he's saying he's much more confident. I always thought the problem with Throne of Liberty, and I played Throne of Liberty. I even played the Korean version of Throne of Liberty before it was released by Amazon. You know, I was actually playing on the Korean servers. And the problem with Throne of Liberty to me was the combat was just, and I never got I never got a high level character because they always said the combat does get better, but I just felt like the combat wasn't good at the low level. It wasn't really good. It wasn't very enjoyable. The key binding was really wonky. I couldn't keybinds that I normally like to keybind, which made things tricky. And then the other thing was just the player base was super toxic. And there's several videos out there that talk about how toxic Throne of Liberty became. Like all the player bases, like they were basically like meta builds that if you weren't playing certain meta builds, you were being heavily like, you know, you're being heavily criticized if you weren't playing specific meta builds, which obviously is stupid. So
is going to be a mobile/PC game, but again, I was under the impression that they pivoted away from that and it was going to be PC focused. Now, if there is confirmation somewhere out there that I may have missed, please let me know in the comment section below so that I can pin it at the top of chat and let you guys know. Regardless, we are going to find out on the 29th because they're going to be showcasing the game. Next thing is they also hard confirmed that the KR launch, this was pretty significant, is in November. That's right. It's already set, apparently. Now, of course, this can be delayed, whatever, but the dude literally came out and flat out said it's launching in November, and global is going to launch mid next year. So if there's any significant juice, I think this is the significant juice of this interview. They also talk about the retention. Ion 2, you guys have probably been starting to see some of these videos talking about PvP is confirmed, and that's right. They talk about the retention and how Ion 2 will be able to retain people, and they said that Ion 2 will be from a major form, excuse me, of retention from Ion 2 will be from the original Ion, which was RVR faction combat. And on top of that, a large and experienced team has been working on PvE raids for a long time. So they're pretty confident in their PvE content that they're delivering. TLDR, they're saying, hey, we're going to be delivering you RVR content for endgame retention and really good PvE raiding content. And we're confident in that ability. And they also go on to say that they are more confident in Ion 2 compared to TL.
oh, they are.
Word for word, that's what the dude said. And then they go on to talk about marketing and how they're going to cut marketing costs because they were overspending, doing like just general marketing rather than like focused marketing. I think this is actually good. Your immediate thought might be like, oh, cutting marketing bad, but they were saying that they're going to save money on marketing because they're not going to be essentially as stupid with marketing money, right? They're going to be like.
So apparently NCSoft was saying they were more confident with Ion 2 than with Throne of Liberty. So interesting. I mean, it doesn't surprise me they would say that because Throne of Liberty was kind of like supposedly originally going to be like Lineage 3, but of course it turned out not to be. They kind of pivoted. And now you've got Ion 2, which is heavily based on obviously Ion 1. So I think they're probably feeling like, well, there's a lot of people that love Ion, so creating Ion 2 just naturally is going to have a lot of momentum because there's a lot of people that loved Ion 1. I'm one of those people actually. So yeah, so who knows? It'll be interesting. I will say though, John, that this is the most interesting. We're kind of at a time where we're actually going to see some MMOs coming out in the next 2 years, like big MMOs, like Arcade and Ion 2. Those are pretty big, you know, MMOs. And then we've got a few others as well. But it looks like there's a few that look like they may be canceled, though. Like the Horizon Zero Dawn sounds like that might not ever come to be. And, of course, then there's the Riot MMO, which nobody has any idea if that thing will ever come out. Or if it does, when that'll be, you know.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Hmm.
Break their bones.
Yeah, I don't think it did either. I don't think it did either. Oh, jeez. I can see this is another defend the flag. Defend the flag. Doesn't look good. But we do have, like I said, we've got Arc H2, we have Ion 2, and we have Chrono Odyssey. So we have 3 big MMOs. And Chrono Odyssey actually looks Chrono Odyssey looks pretty cool. And I think we get some more information about Chrono Odyssey, next month? I think they're doing the playtest next month, which I signed up for. I don't know. I certainly don't know if I'm going to get into that. Crap, I think unfortunately my Hotmail or my Steam account on my old is locked into my old email account, so I have to keep checking my old email account to see if we get anything for Chrono. I don't know what that druid was doing, but not much, apparently. Hey, what's up, Valiant? How you doing, man? Yeah, long time. How you been?
Slay them all.
Just working, yeah. I put in a bid for a house, Valiant. It looks like I'll be getting a house, so hopefully moving into a new house. Or I should get the house by July 1st is the closing date, so that's good news. But I'm still locked into my lease in this apartment until December 7th. So if the house if the house gets locked in July 1st, I'm going to have a house and an apartment because I'm so bougie. Maybe I should like rent out the apartment as like an Airbnb, right? Hey, we got a view of the Tampa Bay. Yeah, thanks, man. So we're gonna have to set up the. He's good. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be cool though. It'll be cool. I got to set up the new office when I get there, and we'll set up the new gaming room. Where's the War Masters? Here we go. I'm gonna try to pull these War Masters out of here. I wonder if I can kite them around this area. With that, too late. Yeah, they are. They are going into TBC. So they are 100% going into TBC. And then, from what I've heard, they'll probably go into Wrath of Lich King too. I mean, anniversary servers are the most popular classic vanilla servers. You know what I mean? So definitely, if you're gonna play classic WoW, the anniversary servers are where you want to be. I mean, if you go to Ironforge Pro, you can see the population. You can see the population. Let's see demographics, and you go to anniversary. You can see like servers like I'm on DreamScythe. I mean, you can see 16,000 accounts. Actually, more Alliance than Horde, and then Night Slayer is pretty even. And then if you go to like regular classic era, you can see that their servers are pretty much dead. Like, it's weird how it's breaking this out though. If you go to all the classic era realms, there's only 11,000 accounts, 11,800 on all of these, right? On all of these, and all these are just completely dead. And look at Grobulus. Here, like these are the accounts here, 41 accounts active. Not sure how it does that. I think it's accounts like logged into the game within a certain period of time. That's how Ironforge does it. I'm not sure. But anyways, you can see the classic era realms are pretty much dead. The anniversary realms are where it's at. But of course, Mr. Pandaria Classic is going to be coming out within like I think a month or something. So that sky's the math wizard. Yeah, so the thing with classic WoW is people go to where the freshy fresh realm is, freshy fresh, wherever that's at, you know. So like if they were to release new servers tomorrow, right? If they were to release new servers tomorrow, let's see live. Stream 6 hours ago. Oh, he's going for the spider. He's going for the spider. Best left found. If they were to release like a new fresh server, like literally tomorrow, and said, "Hey, like this would be so funny." So let's say Blizzard, out of the blue, announced tomorrow we are going to release a fresh server, a fresh. Let me think. I'm trying to think of like a mode they could. I'm just trying to think of one off the top of my head, like a totally new mode that doesn't exist, that has never existed in a while. I'm gonna try to come up with something like right off the top of my head right now that they could do that would pull like a shit ton of people into it. Okay, so let's say they released a fresh server tomorrow, and this server had, it was vanilla classic, but it had transmog. It had transmog, and it had, what else can we do? Transmog, and it had player housing. Had transmog, had player housing, and had, let's say, 2 or 3 new raids, and maybe a couple new dungeons, and had 2 new playable races that never have existed in WoW ever. One on the Horde, one on the Alliance. Just think if they launched that server tomorrow. Everybody would leave these servers. Like, not everybody, but a lot of people. You know how many people would leave Anniversary to go play that server? Oh, we got a fresh server. It's got a couple new raids that have never existed before in WoW. Oh, it's got a couple new playable character races that have never existed in WoW. Oh, by the way, it's got housing. You know what I mean? Everybody would go play that server. You know? I mean, it's not hard to come up with stuff that people will, like, people would go, and I mean, it would be hugely popular, right? And to make it even more interesting, difficulty scaling has been scaled up. What I mean by that is basic monsters in the world are twice as difficult on this server as they are on the original vanilla World of Warcraft. So when you go into Westfall and you kill like a level 10 wolf, that wolf has twice as many hit points and he hits twice as hard. Okay? Simple mathematics. Nothing crazy. You know, just he hits twice as hard, he's got twice as many hit points. Now, that would cause some people to leave the server because they wouldn't be able to deal with it. They'd be like, oh, it's too difficult, right? Oh, it's too hard. You know, all the Care Bears would cry and they'd leave. But it would draw in a lot of interesting people that would be like, oh, this is interesting, you know? But if you didn't do that, minus the difficulty scaling, if you did what I just said, yeah, it would be hugely, hugely successful. And the 2 new playable races that would be in the game, one would be a giant class. It would be a horde class, and it would be an ogre class. A playable ogre race, right? The racials are ground. The racials are ground slam, or maybe bellowing roar, right? Bellowing roar, maybe, or ground and pound would be the racials, right? Now the bellowing roar would stun people or fear them, and the ground pound would stun them. It would kind of almost be like a thunder. I would go with the bellowing roar more than the ground and pound, because the ground and pound feels like it's too close to the war stomp, right? What's up, Naz? How's it going? It is undefeated, isn't it? So I think the bellowing roar, or maybe the thunderous belch. So that would be the horde. The horde new playable race would be the ogre, and the alliance playable race would be. Okay, you guys are gonna freak out on this one. You guys are gonna freak out on the alliance playable race. The alliance playable race would be a fairy-based race, like a wood fairy-based race, where you would have wings that would allow you to kind of like glide. So think of it almost as being like a Drakthir in retail. So like with this playable race, if I was like on a mountain and I jumped off, I could glide down, right? I would naturally have glide. So, you know, if you're like in Arathi Basin and you jump down from Lumber Mill and you know, you're a mage, usually use Slowfall, or a priest, you use Featherfall. With this particular playable race, you wouldn't have to do that because you've got wings. You would just glide down. So it'd be like a Drakthir. And so those would be the two playable races. I'm just saying if I was developing it, that's what I would do. But the character creator for the and we could call it a dryad race. Probably it'd be like a dryad. So we wouldn't really call it like a fairy race. We'd call it like maybe the dryads. You know, which has been done in some games. I think EverQuest 2, EverQuest 1 and 2 had dryads, I believe. But it'd be like a dryad race probably. And so, but it would have wings, but you'd be able to really have a lot of customization in the character creator. You could create dryads without wings. You could create dryads with wings. You could customize the wings to be really cool looking or to be really like feminine. If you're a girl, you want to have these really cool, you know, feminine looking wings. And dude, it'd be amazing, right? Why am I running out? I should be killing the freaking Drekthar. Like, what am I doing? I was gonna help Kite, but I don't need to. Dope! Dope! Double dope! The Alliance wins!
No.
I just pulled that off the top of my head, Valiant. I mean, I could come up with all kinds of different versions of WoW that would garner, like, you know, a lot of people playing it. But I mean, I think having a new playable race would instantly pull people in. It's like, oh, there's a new version of classic WoW that's coming out, and it's vanilla WoW, but it's got a new playable race. I mean, come on. Oh, really? I didn't hear about that. That'd be pretty interesting. That would be pretty interesting. We didn't get.
They're going to focus their marketing money a little bit smarter, you know, with platforms like Twitch and Africa, like these live stream platforms are just not going to be as dumb with their money. Anyways, that's pretty much it. That's the TLDR of this whole thing. Like I said, I will link this in the description below.
I'm really curious about Chrono Odyssey because I really like the aesthetic they went for. It's more of like an Elden Ring aesthetic, and I really like it. I think it looks really interesting. I need to go into my Hotmail account and check to see if I've received anything from Chrono Odyssey, so. Thank you for signing up. Okay, well, apparently my NCSoft account's linked to my Hotmail. Let me look for Chrono Odyssey. I got nothing. Nothing for a Chrono Odyssey. My mom sent me an email. My mom sent me an email to my old email address. And my mom sent me an email. My mom, she still sends email to my old email address, and I'm like, Mom, what are you doing? My mom's like 89 years old though, so because I'm an old person, I gotta call her tomorrow. So we got Ion 2. Focus Ion 2 group open. Recruitment is open now. But to get into the focus testing, we got to fill this out. I'll try to fill this out later. I don't know if I'll be able to get in because I don't have a Korean-based email address. So we'll have to see. Have to see. Oh, blah 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 blah. All right, let's look at the depressing honor. Oh, it's still depressing. We're at 62,000 honor. Holy jeez. Worst case scenario is we don't even get 300,000 honor this week. That would be really bad. But if we can at least get like 400 or no, 300. So I think we need 823,000 honor. So 500 is 3. So if we can get 325,000 honor total, I think we'll still be able to make Grand Marshal after next week's honor. But I don't know if we can get that much before Tuesday. I mean, we can. Just means I'm going to be like spending the whole weekend sitting in AV, literally. Look at the damage, man. Holy shit.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. Love me. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Oh, the rogue.
Love me.
Is it dead? Yeah. Yeah, we're dead. Not much we can do against that many people. Oh, we got lots of stuff going on in the Discord. Let's see, 5:24 was the date today. 5:31. Looks like Sky got a 283 out of 300 on his maths platement quiz for college. Because I never did pre-calculus.
Break their bones.
So there's this guy that comes in my Discord, Sky, but he's not in college yet. So it's always funny to get the high schooler perspective.
What can I get for
Things are
you
a lot
today?
different now than when I went to high school, man. Right. How we doing? Let's repair our gear.
What can I get for
Maybe
you
we'll
today?
grab some arrows. Why
Very
not?
good.
Oh, looks like we might win this one. We got a pretty good push going on. I'll go ahead and head south on the rare chance that I make it. The Clonezot. Clonezot? Strange name.
Destroy them.
So, where's Cargos' community? Why is it so far down? So Vincent gave me this link today, which is cool. I always love to find old WoW stuff. A lot of this artwork I already have, but some of these original like renders for different WoW models I probably don't have. So this is actually really cool. It's a WoW fan kit, like an original World of Warcraft WoW fan kit. So that's super cool. I'm actually gonna save that, and maybe we'll create a WoW website just for fun with like all the original like artwork. That'd be pretty cool. We should create one for the Burning Crusade. Well. Bada bing, bada boom. Holy moly, somebody hit him hard. And let's just head south. It's Wing Commander Jezthor. Ah, crap.
See you soon.
Now I got way too much shit open. Are you still there? I'm like putting up all my personal information on the stream. Oh, I'll have to delete this stream. So here's the application for this. Ion. So the first radio button says, please select a star, which I have no idea what that means. Oh, male or female. And then the next one is, please select your age group. Oh my God. Please select a date you can participate. It's June 28th or 29th. Let's go June 28th. Right? Which is this. Oh, actually, this is the one we want. This next one's got to be what MMOs have you played recently before. Please select the games you're playing. Let's see. Souls-like strategy. Oh, that works better, doesn't it? So 5 or 6 days a week. Every day. Please check your average daily gameplay time. I don't know. You a fan of... Yeah. What are the most important factors to consider when playing an MMO? I like immersion, difficulty. Test me what kind of specialization I play the most. I would say probably ranged damage. Have you ever played Ion on PC? There is or does not. Okay. Well, the grind is, it's a grind. It is a grind. Let's do it. Let's do it. I love pulling these casters over here, and they chase me, and then I just pull them into the group. Which a lot of times gets them killed. Like this guy who wet the bed. I'm just fucking with him. Fucking with the horde.
Slay them all.
Okay, what is this one? Please enter your name. Be sure to write your real name to verify your identity. Alright. Let's see. If you have received, the following classes have reached max. If there's a class that has reached max level. Guy resisted by feigned death. No, they still got drag. I thought we reset, but guess not. Oh, come on. Don't reset. He reset. No, he reset. Fuck. Yeah. Bummer. All right.
Bought a ticket for a runaway train, like a madman laughing at the rain. A little out of touch, little insane. It's just easier than dealing with the pain. Runaway train, never going back. Wrong way on a one-way track. Seems like I should be getting somewhere. Somehow neither here nor there. Runaway train, never coming back. Runaway train, tearing up the track. Runaway train, burning in my face. Runaway, but it always seems the same.
Well, we applied for the, but I'm sure I won't get it because my phone number is not a Korean phone number. But who knows? Maybe we will. I don't know.
Be good. How are you? Off with you. Be good. Watch your back. Off with you. Watch your back.
Never know. I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. When my cup's already overfilled, yeah. Blood is on the table, the fire's cooking. Oh, baby, the flames are all working. Blood is on the table, fire all choking. Yeah, I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. I can't feel all the powerless when my cup's already overfilled. Oh. Blood is on the table, fire's cooking. Blood is on the table, mouths are choking. I'm going hungry, hungry, yeah. Yeah. I gotta play some guitar tonight before I go to bed, man. Hey, what's up, JB? How's it going, man? We're just chilling. The AV, you have to do something to keep yourself entertained on the AV grind because it's just brutal, you know? Brutal. Oh, I'm way far off. Like, like I need like another 350,000 probably. Actually, maybe not that much. I need like let's see, 80, 70. Yeah, I'm like about 300,000 off. It's doable. We do 100,000 in the next 3 days. But honestly, to do 100,000 takes about 6 hours because I would say it's about 6 hours to get 100,000 honors. So we're talking 18 hours from now until Tuesday to get what I need. So. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was really. I was really busy the last couple of days. My wife was in the hospital on Tuesday, and then so Tuesday I was in the hospital all day. Like I got to the hospital at 9 a.m. Didn't get home from the hospital till about 8 p.m. And then Wednesday I was working, and then I was trying. We're finishing our buying of a house, so. Oh my God, I was like just constantly trying to figure out what documents to sign, money here, money there. I had to sell Bitcoin. I had to do all this stuff. So I was really busy the last like 3 days, like straight. Today's the first day I've actually been able to sit down and kind of do AV, honestly, for any kind of length of time. So yeah, I've just been busy.
One more word and you won't survive. And I'm not scared of your stolen power. See right through you anyhow. I won't soothe your pain. I won't ease your strain. You'll be waiting in vain. I got nothing for you to gain. I'm taking it slow, feeding my flame.
Break their bones.
Shoveling the cards of your game. And just in time, in the right place, suddenly I will play my ace. I will soothe your pain. I won't ease your strain. You'll be waiting in vain.
Yeah, a lot of RL stuff going on. Nice. Nice. I like winning.
Interest you on a pint? Off with you. Be good. Off with you.
Yep, we got to get it. We got to get the 300. We got to get 411,000 if we can. Thanks, JB. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I finally hit 3,000 subs, so I'm hoping to do more for the Burning Crusade. I might do a little more content. Maybe try to make some like guides or something. Like, of course, my guides won't be good. They'll be like my take on classes and kind of like my things that you can do in TBC that are fun, and just little tidbits on how I'm gonna approach TBC Anniversary Classic. And hopefully, I don't know. I started playing Warlock, but I figured out why I don't like the Warlock class. I don't like the Warlock class. I'm excited for it too. I don't like the Warlock class because I don't like standing still a lot. I like moving a lot, so I have to go and do some research on which classes are really good at just being mobile in TBC. I know, obviously, Warrior Hunter's always good at that. You know, I like Rogue, but Rogue spends a lot of time stealth, which means you're not moving fast, which is probably the one thing that kind of turned me off from Rogues. Like when you're in Battlegrounds on a Rogue, like let you spend a lot of time in stealth, not doing anything, just kind of waiting for your moments. But having said that, Rogue is super amazing fun, but that's why I like Hunter so much, because I can be very mobile. There's a lot of options. Hunter in TBC, Survival Hunter in TBC is so much better than Survival Hunter in Vanilla, so it's a big improvement. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I don't know, maybe I'll do a mage. I might do a disc mage. Disc priest. Disc priest would be really fun for Battlegrounds healing. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I love Rogue. I love Rogue. There's just a lot of downtime. You know, there's a lot of downtime while you're protecting nodes and in stealth. You know, it's just a lot of downtime. And Warriors, I like Warriors a lot. I love Warriors, but there's so many people that play Warriors. I just hate being one of the many. So I haven't decided on what my alternate class is going to be yet. We're going to have the Hunter, but there's going to be at least one other class, unless I decided to go double Hunter and actually level 2 hunters to 60, which I've done before, and then I could roll 2 completely different builds. But I probably won't do that. We'll have to look at what a TBC tier list. Let's check it out. Just out of curiosity, let's do a WoW, Burning Crusade PvP tier list, and let's see if we can get one that's done by somebody I know. Stoops is pretty good. Actually, Stoops is real good.
All right, let's go on.
I love Stoops because he looks like my brother. Like, I have a brother who passed away when he was 20. I think I was 28 when he passed away. He was 30. And my brother looks a lot like Stoops, my brother that passed away. So whenever I see Stoops, it makes me happy, you know, because it reminds me of my brother that passed away. So, and plus I think I like Stoops. Stoops is just a cool content creator. If you ever watch any of his videos, he's just a good guy. But yeah, let's take a look at Stoops. He's going to do a pretty decent take on like a tier list for TBC. So, and then if we can, maybe we can find. There's a couple other ones I like, a couple other content creators we can look at and see. But just get an idea of what the strengths and weaknesses maybe of some of the classes are in TBC Classic. So because I really need to figure out, because I want to get a class leveled up to 60 before TBC comes out. And I think we're still like 3 months away, or at least 3 or 4 months away, I believe, from TBC anniversary release. I believe. We can look at the timeline again, but I think it's like November, right, if I remember correctly. So what, July, August, September, October. We're quite a ways away. So. The only bad thing about Hunter and TBC, JBA, is they change traps, or they change, the trap cooldown. Like right now, trap cooldown is only 15 seconds. In TBC, trap cooldown goes to, I believe, 45 seconds. I think it goes to 45 seconds. And there's a talent in one of the trees that reduces it by like maybe 5 seconds or something. So then you're still looking at like 40 seconds or something. So that's one thing that kind of sucks. But the reason they did that was because I believe traps are now placeable in combat, TBC. And so they wanted to make traps. They would just want you placing traps like every 15 seconds. So, which sucks because it would be so powerful if you could. I mean, that would be pretty OP if you could just sit there and drop traps like over and over again.
Lovely. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed.
Oh shit. All of a sudden the horde came through there. So if you look at the TBC calculator, we can see that clever traps increase the duration of freezing trap, frost traps, and where is it? Entrapment. Where is this? Is TBC, right? Yeah. We still let the horde win and tell you. Yeah, he's right. Just let the horde win this one. Where is it? Where is it?
Destroy them.
Here we go. Reduces the cooldown of all traps by 2 seconds. So you're going to reduce the cooldown of all traps by 6 seconds. And I believe traps in TBC are, I believe they're either 30 seconds or 40 seconds. Oh, they're only 30 seconds, so that's good. So we can get the trap cooldown down to 24 seconds. So it's not as good as what it is in vanilla, which is 15, but we can lay traps while in combat. So that's really one of the biggest differences. And then when you look at the survival tree, there's some really cool stuff. You know, some of the stuff's higher up in the tree. Like, for example, like Hawkeye is now in survival tree, which it used to be in the marksman tree. Entrapment is now at the 2nd tier, which I believe it used to be in the 3rd tier. No, actually, I think it was in the 2nd tier. Deflection's the same, improved wing clip's the same. Oh, Killer Instinct used to be, pretty sure that used to be further down. So you can see here, Killer Instinct used to be in the 4th row. And now, oh, it's still in the 4th row, so that's the same. Whoa, what happened? Why did this change? That was bizarre. So what else we got here? Ah, I didn't want to do that. Oh well. So I make sure I don't get kicked out of the battleground. Alright, so yeah, you can see that the Hawkeye got moved from here to here. Oh, here, look, the Savage Strikes, which used to be in the 2nd tier, is now in the 1st tier, so that's kind of cool. Readiness is all the way at the bottom, so we're definitely going to go for readiness. We're going to be going for a survival build in TBC, of course. Exposed Weakness, we got Thrill of the Hunt. I can't remember what this one's called, or this one's a good ability, though, if I remember correctly. Let's see, this one here. Survival, yeah, this is the reduces all damage taken by 2%. It's going to be, so reduce all damage by 4%, increase tactile power by 4%, and then reduce the mana cost of all traps and melee abilities by 60%, and reduces the cooldown of trap by 6 seconds. So that's going to be a mandatory. And then we get our lightning reflexes, which we're going to go for. We also have exposed weaknesses. The range critical chances have a chance to apply at exposed weakness effect. Increase the attack power of all your attacks against the target by 25%. So that's going to be interesting because, you guys know I like to play melee hunter, so we'll create like a weak aura to track exposed weakness. So we may fish for exposed weakness with ranged abilities, and then once we get it, we'll move in and try to get off like some big raptor strikes and stuff. And I don't know, I haven't played TBC in a long time, so, and I certainly haven't played TBC with, doing like melee hunter in mind so much. So, I've done survival hunter in the original Burning Crusade, and I had great success fighting warriors and rogues in the original, like TBC that came out in 2007. So it's going to be interesting to see what it's like this time around, how it's changed. So we just want the Horde to win this year.
I've the finest wares in the land. Watch your back.
Survivalist. What else we got's different? Yeah, deflections moved down to the 2nd tree. I think some of these talents, do we have? Yeah, some of these are 5 points. See how like these are like 5 talent points? And 3 and 3. I don't know if this one's 5. Oh, it is. Okay, it is. Okay, so that didn't really change. And I don't see anything else too drastically crazy. 1, 2. So this is the 5th. This is down at the 5th level. Same. That's the same, but we get an entirely different level with the readiness. And then what is this ability? Your successful range checks have a super chance to increase your critical strike chance. So that's kind of interesting. So we have a couple things that benefit our character in TBC if we get a ranged crit, which is going to be interesting. So I am going to have to fish for some range crits, but we're also going to have to look at what else do we want to go with. Like I mean, we're definitely going to go with something like this, probably this for kiting. You know, this. I mean, these are like the talents I think are mandatory. I don't really think we need Wyvern Sting. I mean, I guess it is nice, but I mean, it is nice, but we'll see. And then crystal chance with ranged weapons. We're not really going to be doing ranged weapons. And then concussive. This is pretty good, but I don't know. Efficiency, fruit hunter's mark, aim shot. Again, this is based off range. So the one thing they never did, one thing they didn't really understand, like the people who made World of Warcraft didn't really have the concept of creating like a melee hunter. They really didn't. Like, because if you look at the talents, a lot of the stuff's predicated on ranged critical hits. Like this, your ranged critical hits cause your pet to generate 25 focus. You know, and there was a couple in here as well. Like, what was it here? Like your ranged critical hits have a chance to expose weakness. So what these really should read is this one should be your ranged and melee critical hits have a chance to apply. So it should be both. That way it plays into melee. Same thing with this one. Your ranged and melee critical hits, you know, should apply. That way it gives you a little bit more advantage of doing like melee. And then the other talent points we would do. We have 16 points left. Well, Aspect of the Hawk is active all normal range. We're not going to be using Aspect of the Hawk. Okay, this is actually pretty good. Like, okay, so focus fire. This is pretty good. All damage caused by you is increased by 2% while your pet is active, and the critical strike chance of your kill command ability is increased by 20%. So that's going to be probably mandatory for our build. And then, you know, bestial swiftness just helps your pet get around. Is this outdoors only? It's only outdoors though, so it's not necessary. Like, in fact, if you look at my character here, I do have it on this character, but that's because I'm pretty deep. It's not really necessary because a lot of times when you're doing PvP, you're not outdoors. But it probably would be good. I mean, it would be good to have Beast of Swiftness. So I think this is one way we could go. Now, your pet's not going to do a lot of damage here, though, with this build. But I'm pretty sure when I played TBC Classic originally back in 2007, I'm like 99% sure that I had readiness. And the reason that's really useful is I think readiness reduces the cooldown of deterrence. And when you're fighting like rogues and warriors and stuff on your survival hunter, you know, being able to double deterrence is super useful. It's going to save your life so many times. Because when deterrence is up, you know, you're going to proc counterattacks, you're going to proc mongoose bite, you know, you're actually, and the way TBC Classic works is there's a lot more gear in TBC Classic to play around with stat-wise. There's a lot more gear that gives you multiple stats. There's going to be higher base agility, so you're going to be able to get a higher dodge rate and crit rate in TB Classic than what you would have in vanilla. So we're going to be running, and you know, There's the Stellaris is the first weapons we'll be shooting for. The Stellaris come from the, I think, the Mechanar. It's that instance in the Outlands. And they're really, really good for Survival Hunter if you're going for like a melee hunter build. It's this item here. And what's so good about this item, and these stats are completely wrong. I don't know why those stats are wrong. Okay, these stats are correct. So these are the stats of the Stellaris in TBC. So it's plus 21 agility, plus 12 stamina, increase your attack power by 22. So we'll get 2 of these, and we'll enchant each one with plus 15 agility. So that's going to give you, that's going to give you 36 per total for each. So that's going to be 72. So you can have 72 agility coming from your 2 weapons. And then, of course, your talent build is going to, you're going to have lightning reflexes. So that's 76 or 72 agility. You're going to get 15% more. So what's that, like another like 4 maybe, So you're looking at like 86 agility or something with those 2 weapons, which is a pretty good amount. So that's definitely like first items I like to kind of snag on my survival hunter. And then of course we want to get the arena gear. We want to go and do like arena and get our like our arena season 1 gear. That'll give us the resilience. So and so what we're looking at is this set. And actually it's one of my more favored sets as far as the way it looks. It's going to give us the plus 35 resilience on the 2-piece. The 4-piece reduces the multi-shot, which we don't really care about too much. But do they actually have the gear? Hunter. Here we go. Yeah, so these are the actual items. Oh, and it's cool too. One of the things I really like about TBC is gems. Is we get the jewel crafters, and the gems give us a lot of kind of like customization of your armor. So having gems in TBC gives you a lot more customization options, like kind of customize your gear the way you want, which is really cool actually. The itemization becomes quite a bit more flexible, which is actually great, and especially for us. Because of the way we want to set up the melee hunter, we'll be able to do a lot more agility. So we'll be stacking tons and tons of agility and probably stamina, like agility and stamina if we can. But we're going to push for like a pretty high health pool. And if we do push for a pretty high health pool, we could also play into the survivalist. Like if we wanted to, we could get rid of some of these pet abilities, although there's not a lot here we can really get rid of. And we could get rid of like thick hide. We could make our pet really not super tanky, but that's the good thing about playing like as a melee hunter is if you're up in someone's face hitting them with weapons in their face, they're most likely going to focus on you and not your pet, right? Like if you send your pet as a ranged damage dealer, their pet's hitting them, so they're going to hit your pet's hitting them, so they're going to attack your pet, right? Most of the times. But if you run up, send your pet, and at the same time run up there and start hitting them in the face, they're going to attack you. So you don't really need to worry about your pet having a lot of armor. So probably we could get rid of these 3 points in thick hide, and we could place those into survivalist. Or you get rid of bestial swiftness as well. I don't think it's necessary because especially if we pick up a pet that has dash, because dash is quick. He stunned me. I think that was was that like a resto druid or something? I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. Oh man. Yeah, I think we probably would drop Bestial Swiftness. There's also Humanoid Slaying, which is going to be really good for PvP, so we may want to drop some points out of something here. But it's tough because most of these things are really useful for playing. Like Clever Traps is a must. Trap Mastery, we could maybe drop 1 point out of Trap Mastery. I don't think that would hurt us too much. I would like to, you know what, I would like to have 2 points though. Counterattack is nice, but it's not necessary. Why is it? I don't know why this is keep flipping out on me. It's these ads are fucking this page up. Hold on a second. Yeah. Let's just close this down. So let's take a look at, since I'm not really doing anything in this BG at the moment. Let's take a look at the tier list by Stoops. Alright.
Everybody, today we are doing a TBC PvP tier list. Now, I've spent hundreds of games over the past week on my live stream testing out the meta, which you can find somewhere here on the screen. And I've spent quite a bit of time on Endless to try to put together a list for you guys using some of the information that I got from my friends as well in the community. Oh, the first class, in my opinion, we're starting with Melee. I think ultimately, in my opinion, it's the best class in the game. That is the Rogue. The Rogue, by far, I think has the crazy.
The Rogue is really good. I mean, when I first played TBC, the original TBC that came out in 2007, I played it, and I was playing a Disc Priest, and I started doing Arena, like Arena 2s, so it's Arena Season 1. So no one had done Arena before, so nobody knew what to expect. Nobody knew what builds to use. I mean, everything was very, very new. Like, nobody knew what to do. So we just, we rolled with builds we thought would work, we thought were good. And I actually had a partner that was a Rogue, and man, Rogue Priest, like Priest Rogue was amazing in TBC Classic. In 2s, Priest Rogue was fantastic.
Easiest toolkit out of any class, and when it comes to Arena, being able to use prep in the arena and being able to reset your cooldowns on evasion, vanish, sprint, shadow step is just very, very strong in 2s and in 3s, and then early on in the expansion of games are going to be a lot faster because you have less resilience, etc. Having that many cooldowns at your disposal and be able to cycle through them rather quickly can create.
The one thing that's really interesting in Arena, and it probably is the same in a lot of versions of Arena, but especially because Arena has resilience, is that some of the classes, like the cloth classes, are incredibly, incredibly squishy because they don't have any resilience. So the melee classes and the DPS classes at the beginning of Season 1 are way stronger because they can just burst through the clothy classes a lot quicker. Especially like healers, like a Disc Priest, for example, really are going to struggle at the beginning of Arena Season 1 just because they're easier to kill. But by the end of the season, when all the healers start having full gear, they have their full arena set, they're very difficult to kill. They're very squishy in the beginning, not very squishy, but they're squishy, and then they go to tanky, like very tanky. So the play style changes. It's like in the beginning of the arena season, and this is pretty common for a lot of arena seasons. The beginning of the seasons, there's going to be a lot of burst comps where people are just trying to burst people down. You might see like a Beast Mastery Hunter with like a Fury Warrior or something, and they're just going to try to jump in there, pop Bestial Wrath, and just try to blow up the healer if there's a healer, and in most cases it works pretty well because there's just, the healer doesn't have any resilience set, doesn't have a lot of stamina, and they just die too quickly. Of course, if the healer's smart and they're skilled, it's not going to work. They're going to get off of fear, maybe the mind control. Who knows? There's a lot of stuff they can do, but anyways, but it's really cool. It's really interesting. So
it's so much pressure. You have great comp flexibility in 2s and 3s. You can play Rogue Mage. You can play Rogue Druid. You can play Disc Priest Rogue.
Come on, Disc Priest Rogue. There, you said it, baby. Disc Priest Rogue. That is probably, honestly, going into TBC, I really am kind of leaning towards maybe going Disc Priest, but that means I have to level a priest, and I do not have a priest on this character on this account, so we're gonna have to level up a priest. But I'm a huge fan of priest, and Disc Priest is just so much fun, and it is a really good class to play. And Disc Priest is pretty strong in TBC. It's not like amazing, but I'm interested to see what Stoops says as far as Disc Priest on this tier list. It'll be interesting to see
you can also
what he says.
You can play Warlock Rogue and in threes. You can play, Warlock Rogue Druid. You can play
MLS.
Warlock Rogue Priest. You can play RMP. You can play Shadow Priest, Rogue Mage. There's so many comps at your disposal. And ultimately, I think the Rogue is the most flexible class and creates the most pressure. Kidney Shot and Cheap Shot not DRing is an ridiculous amount of CC. And on top of that, Blind is a 1 minute and 30-second cooldown. Oh,
wow,
Cloak
1
is
minute.
also a 1 minute cooldown.
1 minute, 30-second
So
cooldown.
Rogue is very, very strong
Holy
in this
shit.
expansion. It feels like its toolkit for PvP is designed.
It sounds like, I didn't remember that Rogue's cooldowns were that short. 1.5 minute on Cloak and Blind is incredibly short. Very short, actually. That means your setups are going to be like every 1 minute and 30 seconds, pretty much, because you're going to have Blind to kind of move to get that into your like CC rotation 1 minute every minute and 30 seconds. So your goes are going to be probably based on that. I would imagine like every minute and 30 seconds you're going to be okay. Let's do our go, where we try to open up, do an opener CC, work our blind into the CC rotation on the healer or the other character, and the pressure is going to, because of that constant pressure every minute and 30 seconds you can do a go. That's really tough for the team to deal with that.
For a couple expansions ahead of where it's at. Similar to like how Warriors are in Shadowlands, if you know what I mean. They just have so much at their disposal. The only thing that I think may hold Rogues back is that they're not the greatest in PvE, and it may not be as easy for Rogues to find a raid spot, like for example Warlocks. So you may see less Rogues because of that, and maybe not everyone will play a Rogue. So that is something to keep in mind. But I do think the Rogue is in a league of its own, and you'll see it in almost every comp that is an S tier comp. Below the Rogue is the Warrior. I think the Warrior is the second best melee in the game. There is a big difference, I think, between the Rogue and the Warrior, but Warriors do very well as well.
So in the original TVC, the one team that when I played Rogue Priest, the one team that we ran into like a ton, and I mean it was probably the most common team that we ran into was Druid Warrior, was Resto Druid, and I think it was Arms Warrior. Resto Druid, Arms Warrior. We ran into that comp all the time, and we struggled with that comp for a long time, but then we figured out that the best way to handle that comp is to basically just blow up the Warrior. And what we do is every time we try to kill the Warrior, we go into a lockdown. So we try to like have the Rogue open up and basically just lock down the Warrior and force the Druid to heal. And then I try to fear the Druid. And the way fear works, of course, on a priest is it doesn't always fear the person. You don't really know which direction they're going to get feared. And so what you're hoping is that when you fear the Druid, it fears him away from the Warrior. And so that when the Druid comes out of the fear, he's not within healing range of the Warrior. And that's usually where a lot of those kills for us against Warrior Druid came from, was basically I would just fear the Druid. And it feared him, luckily, like in a direction that was away from the Warrior, or maybe even feared him behind some sort of a pillar or something. So there was a little bit of LOS going on as well. And also we would try to set it up too where the Warrior was dumb and might charge in to attack. Like he might charge to attack me, but when he did that, he was really far from the Druid. And then I'd say, okay, he's charging, go ahead and open. Then we would just immediately open. If he charged and, maybe his Druid's behind a pillar, he comes out around the pillar, moves halfway across the map, then charges to me, and I'm on the other side of the arena on a pillar. Then if I can bait a Warrior behind a pillar to get him to charge me, then the Rogue can open up. And of course, all I'm looking to do is as soon as the Druid gets close enough to start his heal, I'm just looking to fear him. And that's pretty easy wins against that particular comp. Of course, if they're skilled, they're not going to let you do that. But definitely you focus the Warrior. You don't try to kill the Druid. You try to kill the Druid, and it isn't going to work out too well for you.
You have pretty good utility with Disarm. Intervene can be used in really cool scenarios where you can intervene blinds or intervene kidney shots or just intervene any target or rogue is on. And if he uses a combo point on you, then he resets his combo points on the target that he was initially on. I think Warrior scales very well with certain items and gear. You have different weapon choices for different play styles. You have polearm and axe for more crit. You have sword spec if you're playing with like a shaman and you want to take advantage of Wind Fury. And then you also have mace stun. And if you get a deep thunder or storm hurled, then it's really cool to use because you have all these different stuns to kind of lock somebody down. The Warrior just has some glaring flaws in that if you're not playing a gnome, and that's part of the reason why I think the class is just a little bit weaker, is that you have to play a gnome to get out of some CC. You're going to end up eating a lot of CC. So your positioning is extremely important as the Warrior. Something that I've noticed and have been playing a lot of.
Warrior's positioning is really important.
You have to try to sit by a pillar if you can and not push too far out. You don't want to overextend because if you're playing with like a druid or a class like...
See that? He just said, basically he just called it out there. If you're playing a Warrior, you do not want to overextend, especially if you're playing with a druid. And that's what he's saying right now. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is a lot of the kills I got against that comp was because the Warrior was overextending.
Can't dispel you in twos at least, you're not moving. You're going to be stuck in that CC for a while, so it can be frustrating. But if you play with a priest, for example, although you have the powered shield mechanic with your rage, you can get dispelled. So I've actually found, at least on the beta early on, I've had a lot more fun playing with this priest because I can get out a lot of that CC, and that's your biggest weakness as a warrior. If you have uptime, you're going to cause an insane amount of pressure with Mortal Strike. That, in my opinion, is what makes the Warrior so strong. One of your hardest hitting abilities is Mortal Strike.
It reduces healing.
Or having that apply a 50% healing debuff instantly, unlike rogues, where it has to kind of build up and it can't be removed, by druids with poison remove effects. That is very, very strong. So you may not have the most pressure. You may feel like sometimes you're not doing a lot of damage if you're rage starved, but as long as you keep hamstring and Mortal Strike up, you will create a lot of pressure just by having Mortal Strike. Just with
actually, Stoops, that's why I like Stoops. He nailed it 100%, nailed it on the head. Mortal Strike is what makes Warriors so good in TBC. Because the healing, you got to keep in mind, TBC Classic, the heals are not super strong. Like in certain versions of WoW, the healing just gets so strong, it gets stronger and stronger with all the expansions. But in TBC, the health pools haven't gotten super big yet, and so the heals aren't super big yet. So when you put down that 50% debuff on healing, it really makes it hard for the healer to keep people to keep you topped off. So it's Mortal Strike is massive. So. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. The AVs have been pretty good. They've been pretty quick, and we've been winning a lot of them. So AVs have been good tonight. Much better than I thought they would be. I've only had like maybe one that was kind of really shitty that lasted a long time. So I mean, we're doing good. I was only at 30,000 honor, I think. So we've already done 50,000 honor. Now that's in over 3 hours though. So we're not getting, like I remember I said 5 hours for 100,000. That's not gonna happen. So, but let's go back.
Healing debuff. For twos, you have Disc Priest Warrior, you have R Druid Warrior. You don't have a lot of comp options, but you can play with an R Sham too. It's not as good, I think, as the other two.
Resto Druid.
Find some success there.
Resto Druid Warrior, you're gonna see a ton.
Threes, you can play Double Healer Warrior. You can play Warrior R Druid Warlock, and that Warlock.
That would be weird. Double Healer Warrior. I don't think I ever remember seeing a threes comp. I didn't play a lot of threes in TBC because we were so new to Arena. It was brand new. That I was playing just twos. And so I didn't play. I don't think I played any threes in TBC, the original. But yeah, that seems like a weird comp, like double healer. I mean, you would be hard to kill, but would you put out enough pressure to kill anybody? The problem with in threes is the other team is usually going to have a class that's very control based, like a rogue or a mage, or even just a warlock who can fear you a lot. But warlock's a lot more susceptible to getting killed than like a mage. So it depends on the enemy set. A lot. I'm trying to think how many comps and threes in TBC are going to be like, triple DPS. I think you'll see triple DPS again. Once and again, you're going to see that at the beginning just because the resilience hasn't, people haven't gotten the resilience yet. So triple DPS on a threes team, especially if it's got a lot of opening, like, fear. Like if you got like Shadow Priest, Shadow Priest Rogue, I don't know, like what would be a good team? Shadow Priest is good because you got the fear and you got the dots. And then I don't think Warlock. I would go Shadow Priest, Warrior, maybe Hunter. Shadow Priest, Warrior, Hunter. That would be kind of an interesting triple DPS team because the Warrior could, I think he's got Blade Storm, right, in TBC? The Warrior can go in there and do some AoE damage with Cleave. He can do some Cleave damage. The Hunter can just kind of get some traps down to like if he's got a CC the healer, he could like put him in a trap. He also could do damage at range, which makes it easier for him to get his damage off. He won't get kited as much because he can just shoot from range. So that would be interesting. That would be an interesting setup. The other thing too about TBC Classic, one of the things that makes TBC Classic really cool for hunters is the pets. There's actually quite a few new pets, but there's also spider pets in TBC Classic that have a web ability, which webs people in place. So it's almost like it's a root. It roots them. So super strong. It's Alliance. Not going to be any more reses. Although here we go.
Break their bones.
I knew that was going to happen.
Destroy them.
will have that Fell Hunter Dispel to get you out of those Novas, and you can create a ton of pressure there. That's a really strong comp as well. So the Warrior is a lot of fun. It can be frustrating. It's not for everyone. I don't think it's as insane as the Rogue, but it's a class that I'm going to be playing because I do find the Warrior to be very fun overall. And I just like Warriors. So yeah, I think Warrior is a very strong class. Just has some glaring weaknesses that do kind of get filled out in different expansions. So just kind of keep that in mind. Underneath the Warrior is the Feral Druid. I think the Feral Druid does a lot of damage and it has some great utility. The biggest weakness to the Feral Druid is that it's not a rogue. And when you're looking at a game that has arena teams and people can't really freely queue with who they want to, a lot of people would prefer to just play with the rogue. A lot more control. I think the rogue is just much more difficult to deal with because of all of the immunity cooldowns and just how they can cycle through them so well. But the Feral Druid does some insane damage, especially early on. You can do some crazy bursts with the Feral Druid. It's just not a rogue. So just keep that in mind. If you are raiding as a Feral Druid, you can definitely do well. You can play Disc Priest Feral. You can do R-Druid Feral. You can have some fun in threes. It's just not going to be as, I think, viable as the Rogue. It's always been that way with Druids in general. If the Rogue's very good, you know, a lot of people would prefer to play with the Rogue over a Druid. The rest of the niche classes for melee are going to be the Retribution Paladin and the Enhancement Shaman. Enhancement Shaman you can have some fun with. And again, because I think the game will be much more diverse than it is on Endless, you know, you see comps like Resto Shaman, Retribution Paladin, and that comp cranks. But there are some glaring holes to the Rep Paladin where it doesn't matter how good you are, you don't have an interrupt, and your wings can be purged, and that puts you on forbearance if you do pop your wings, so you can't bubble. If you bubble, auto attacks are slow.
Retribution's not that great.
They can't do any damage.
Retribution's great in Cataclysm. Retribution Paladin in Cataclysm is like god tier.
There's just some glaring holes to the class, but I think you can still play the class and have a lot of fun. If you're playing a Paladin, you're one of the best AoE farmers. If you're playing Protection, so you can farm a lot of gold on that. And Shamans are very, very good in Raid, so if you wanted to play Enhance, you could. Just keep that in mind, though. If you are a solo player, you may have some more success playing some of these classes. And if you have a group of friends, you definitely can have some success playing the niche classes. But overall, the melee meta is pretty defined, and there aren't that many options if you're trying to be extremely competitive. But you can have some success playing an Enhanced Shaman.
Notice how the survival melee hunter is not even in the list because, well, I think people a lot of times they never really consider a hunter a melee class just because it's a range class, so they never think of it as like melee. But if you're playing survival, kind of doing like a melee, you might end up doing like more of your damage with melee abilities than ranged abilities. So in my book, that makes you a melee class. If more of your damage is coming from melee than it is from range, then in my book, you're melee.
Like playing Turbo for threes, for example, you know, that is also a viable comp in threes. That's a lot of fun. So keep that in mind. All right, now moving on to our range list, we have the SL Warlock at the top, and then you have some other specs like Destro, a bit more, you know, definitely more niche. You have, you know, full demo niche. You have full affliction, a bit more niche. But you can play full affliction with comps like Shadow play with a Shadow Priest and a Resto Shaman. That has some success there with Bloodlust, and it's a ton of damage. At least in my experience on Endless, it's really difficult to even survive the opener if you don't have a Purge and a way to deal with that Bloodlust. But SL Warlock is very, very strong. It has a ton of utility. The class is similar to Rogue in that the toolkit feels like it's designed in a different expansion. You have a Fell Hunter Dispel, you have a Purge, you have Hellstones, you have Drain Mana, you have Life Tap, which I think is the biggest reason why Warlocks are so good in TBC, is that a lot of the other classes have to worry about mana, whereas the Warlock does have to worry about mana, but it has a nice little recycle system going where you get health through Siphon Life, you get health through Drain Life, and then you can Life Tap if necessary. And if you're playing with the R-Druid who doesn't that easily with Innervate and the ability to go for drinks, you can be very difficult to deal with. The only weakness to the SL Warlock is the pet. So if players are able to focus down that pet, you can, you know, Fell Dom and get a new pet out, but you know, if they're able to deal with that pet, it can be very, very frustrating. And queuing into undead rogues, which you don't see as much on the beta. Right now on the beta, you only can queue into Alliance, and if you're playing a Horde Warlock, no one has Will of the Forsaken, but Will of the Forsaken can be very difficult to deal with as a Warlock, and rogues can kind of focus down that pet, and once that pet's gone, it's really hard to recover from. But the Warlock, in my opinion, is in the S tier because it's so flexible. You can play Warlock Priest 2s. You can play Warlock Druid 2s. You can play, for 3s, you can play Shadow play with a Shadow Priest. You can play Warlock Rogue Priest, Warlock Rogue Druid. You can play Warlock Warrior Druid. You have so many comp options because of all the utility and the fact that you do have a Dispel, which can kind of assist Druids and Warriors in 3s. The dots do so much damage, especially early on. So early on, you are squishy than you would normally be, but you do so much damage because everybody takes so much more damage. And then as you get more durable, you can kind of have that dampener playstyle. So Warlock, very, very strong. Underneath that, I would put the Frost Mage. Arguably, I think there isn't as much of a difference between the Frost Mage and the Warlock. Mage does have some niche specs where you can play Palm Pyro and things like that, which could be good Season 1. The only reason why I separate the Warlock and the Mage is because of the comp flexibility. As a Mage, you have Priest Mage in 2s, you can play Druid Mage in 2s, and you have Rogue Mage, which are some of the better comps in the game. And then in 3s, you have like a Shadow Priest Mage and a healer, and then you have 2s as well, or 3s RMP or RMD, but not as much
Rogue Mage Priest,
as
man.
Warlock, so that's the only reason why I would put it in a tier below. But you are pretty mana efficient with Evocate. You have a mana gem. You are able to go off and eat mage food as well, like everyone else, but that mobility assists with that. One of the strengths to the mage right now that I'm noticing a lot of players starting to realize, and you saw it from a lot of players on Endless, is that the most effective way I found to do damage on a mage is just do instant casts. Not going for full rank frost bolts, which is a little bit more risky, and just going for rank 1 frost bolts. You don't have to cast as much to get that frostbite proc and keep slows up. And then just Ice Lance spam with Novas and Frostbites, Fire Blast, Cone of Cold. Just using instant damage is so much burst for the mage. They have so much damage, front-loaded damage, that it can be very difficult to deal with. And I think the class is extremely strong. But it's not as good as the Warlock in Raid, so maybe you see less. I don't know. But you can have a lot of fun and success in the Mage. And again, it does feel like one of those classes that has a crazy toolkit, whereas some classes just don't have that toolkit. You know, being able to blink stuns and things like that. Oh, also, didn't want to skip on this. Early on, having Cold Snap and 2 water LEs back to back can be very difficult to deal with. That's also why Frost feels so strong. Having that water LE, it is so much of your damage that's so important to take down that LE if you can, and being able to Cold Snap and get another one back to back and Cold Snap Novas for more damage. That cooldown similar to Prep makes the Mage, just in my opinion, one of the better classes. You could put it in the S tier in my opinion, but you know, I think comp flexibility matters when you're picking a class, and that's why I maybe put it in the A tier, but not that much of a difference in my opinion. And then in the B tier, you have the Hunter and the Shadow Priest. Both these classes are very good. I think the BM Hunter early on in the expansion will be very, very strong because it's just so...
Again, like I talked about that already, where, you know, early in the expansion, the BM Hunter is going to be good, just simply because the pet's going to be pretty hard to deal with. He does good damage, he stuns you. When he poppies your Wrath, you can't fear him. And at the beginning of the arena season, no one's going to have resilience, so healers are going to be pretty squishy. So if you roll BM and you've got like a warrior, like BM Warrior or something, or BM Rogue, you know, you can kill healer teams pretty quickly.
So much damage. If you check out Bean and watch him play his BM Hunter, they crank. They also can be very effective with a dampener playstyle using Mana Drain or a Viper Sting.
With a Disc
Which is
Priest.
very, very popular playstyle with a double healer, and also playing with a Priest in 2s with double mana burn. So when it comes to 2s, the Hunter can do very well. In 3s, you don't have as many comp options. Most popular, you'll see like a Hunter and 2 healers, like a Priest and a Druid. You can see things like Thug Cleave, which is like a Hunter and a Rogue. But yeah, 2s are more where you'll see a lot of Hunters, not so much in 3s, but you definitely can still have some fun and success in 3s as a Hunter. And then for Shadow Priest, very good with the Rogue in 2s. Shadow Priest is a really fun class to play with, I would say, because you have Dispel, you have a Purge. I've played with the Shadow Priest as a warrior. You'll see Shadow Priest Rogue. You can
Shadow
see,
Priest Rogue's
even
good.
in 3s, Shadow Priest Rogue Mage, because you do offer a lot of healing. And then you can also play Shadow Play like we talked about with the Warlock, and like a Resto Shaman with...
I couldn't remember how much healing Shadow Priest actually did in TBC. I remember them being good. I couldn't remember if they were like really good. I'm a little surprised. I mean, I know Hunter... I knew Hunter. I thought Hunter was a little better. in TBC, but I could be thinking of vanilla. I think vanilla maybe. I have to look, because I remember there was a big hunter, um, a really good hunter, like what's his Big Mix, like Big Mix. And I remember Big Mix was playing, and I thought he was. It could have been TBC. There was one version of the classic that Big Mix was playing where he was dominating. He was doing very well in the arena, and so it might have been TBC. And then he was excited to go into the next expansion, and he really struggled. Like he really struggled. And I can't remember if it was him going from vanilla, because vanilla didn't have arena, so I think it was him going from TBC to Wrath of Lich King. But I can't. I'll have to go back and look at his channel to see if I can figure that out. But I always thought that Hunter and TBC was really good. But I didn't do it a lot in Arena. I played mostly my Disc Priest, so it's going to be kind of interesting. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
What can I do for you?
So I guess let's go. So now he's going to talk about elemental balance. Let's just keep going.
Bloodlust. The only weakness to the
I'm really
Shadow
curious
Priest,
what he's going to say about
outside
Priest.
of the fact that it has that dispel, that purge, that instant CC with silence, is that you run out of mana. Once that fiend is gone and you run out of mana, it's kind of
You got my
GG. Where some of these
attention.
other classes can kind of still
with you.
cycle through mana
Very
or
good.
still deal damage outside of being whereas the Shadow Priest can't really do that. So that's the only weakness with the Shadow Priest. Honestly, when it
Mana.
didn't have mana issues and it did have a life tap.
I do remember that I tried to play Shadow Priest. I think it was either TBC or Wrath, and I remember the number one. It probably was one of those two because I played Disc Priest. So I played Priest. Priest was my main from Vanilla through TBC, so I played a lot of Priest. So at some point in Arena, I said, I think it was Vanilla. I mean, sorry, TBC, where I think I went to my Rogue partner and said, hey, why don't we try, Rogue Shadow Priest? Because I'd seen other two teams doing that and having success. But I remember now that the biggest problem with the Shadow Priest is I felt like I was always running out of mana. And if you ran into a team that had another priest, they were gonna mana burn you. Like, and on top of the fact that you really struggle with mana, one mana burn could really put you in a bad situation. Like mana burn takes a ton of mana. Like it's not like a little amount. Like if you guys have ever done Scarlet Monastery and Vanilla WoW, you'll know that when you run up against those NPCs in Scarlet Monastery that do mana burn, they hit you with like 2 or 3 mana burns, and it's like half your mana's gone. So, and a lot of times what a priest will do in arenas, they'll use power infusion to do it. So like it's a really good setup, and we used to do this on my team. Is you coordinate with your rogue to get a 5-point kidney shot on someone on a healer where they don't have their trinket, so they can't break it. And then what I would do is I would try to get a fear off on the other person, and then I would power infusion myself and just mana burn the healer while he's sitting at a 5-point kidney shot, and I could get off like 3 or 4 mana burns, and that could be the game right there. You pull off like half the other healer's mana at the beginning of a match, and it's almost always GG. You're as long as you play correctly, you're going to be in a situation to win. And that was a pretty easy thing to do. Kidney shot, 5-point kidney shot into power infusion mana burn. But yeah, and the same thing against Shadow Priest. I would always try to mana burn Shadow Priest. If they pop their fiend out, keep track of the Shadow Priest's mana so that you know when's a good time for him probably to try to bring out his Shadow Fiend, and then fear that Shadow Fiend as soon as you can. Or if you're a hunter, do anything you can to slow it down so it's not hitting anybody.
Tap would be a really good caster. But yeah, mana is something that you have to keep in mind. All of these classes are fun. All of these classes you should consider playing. It's just something to keep in mind when you are picking your class, trying to figure out where it's at. The other niche casters are going to be the Ellie and the Balance Druid. You don't really see these in Arena. Ellie cranks if it can get a cast off. You've seen weird specs with Druids as well, like hybrid specs as ranged. Just not as popular. You can have a ton of fun in BGs. Shamans do really good in raid as well. So if you are raiding, you want to get into Arena, you can definitely pick that up. It's just they're not on the same level as these classes. And when it comes to a game where you pick your arena teammates and you have an arena team, you may have a bit less enjoyable time finding arena teams as one of these classes. But it doesn't mean you can't do good. Doesn't mean they don't do a lot of damage. It's just easier to get damage off as some of these other classes. Some of these classes don't even have to cast, whereas in Ellie, you're just trying to sit there to get that big one-shot off, and you may not get it out. Okay, just keep that in mind. Maybe in a different expansion. Ellie, very good in Wrath of the Lich King. Okay, now moving on to our healers. Probably the best healer in the game overall is the Resto Druid. The Restoration Druid is right now on the beta. I think it's
because they don't run out of mana.
Very difficult.
Because they never run out of mana.
Gives them a full mana bar.
That's why.
And it's like 200% mana regen instead of what it should be. Or 2,000% mana regen or something like that, or 200,000. Just full mana bar instantly. For the Resto Druid, you put it on another target, you don't get as much value there. But the Restoration Druid has a lot of control. It actually has some pretty decent damage. You've seen things with like DreamScythe Druid, and you've seen Insect Swarm specs, and you have a lot of control, and you also have a very dampener playstyle if necessary. You know, having things like Entangling Roots and Cyclone, where not every healer can dispel Entangling Roots. You know, having that interrupt is also very, very good. Life Bloom does a ton of healing. Season 1, Resto Druid's not the best because it can fall over a little bit more easily, but, you know, again, if you play it well and you have Innervate on the beta, right now you just see Druids just never really ooming. The other healer will oom, and then the Resto Druid will pop. You're both are oom, and then the Resto Druid will Innervate himself and he's full mana, and it's kind of just GG at that point. But yeah, really great comp flexibility for 2s. You can play with the Warrior, you can play with the Rogue, you can play with the Hunter, you can play with the Mage. In 3s, you can play with, you know, Lock, Rogue, Druid. You can play Warlock, Warrior, Druid. You can play in almost any comp, and you can do very well. You can play RMD. I would say the only downside to the Druid is that it takes a bit of time to really get going to where it's that killer that's very difficult to deal with. And if you're playing 2, sometimes dealing with Rogue Mage can be pretty frustrating. But overall, I would say the Druid is a very, very strong spec. Just have to keep in mind that although you can cleanse poisons, you can't cleanse magic. So if you're playing with a Warrior and he gets Novad or Rooted, you can't really do much. He's just stuck there. That's kind of the downside to the Resto Druid, is that it's very good defensively, has a lot of control, but it doesn't have a magic dispel. Whereas the Priest, in my opinion, honestly, I think this gap is a lot closer than people make it out to be.
That's what I was saying. When he said what's the best healer, I like Disc Priest better than Resto. And the reason I say that is because I feel like Disc Priest, the only thing that makes the Resto better is just that the Disc Priest runs out of mana faster. I think that's the only reason. Because the Disc Priest has Dispel, the Disc Priest has Mind Control, Disc Priest has Mana Burn, Disc Priest has Fear, which can fear multiple people. And you got Bubble, which is really useful in certain situations, where you're gonna get CC'd. You can just throw out a Bubble and maybe like a quick renew. Which Druid has good stuff for that too, but Bubble is pretty strong. But I just feel like the Disc Priest is a little bit better at like in oh shit situations. I feel like Disc Priest has more tools to keep their person up, whereas the Resto Druid has to rely on getting off some pretty big, some casts. Priest can just Bubble, renew, then get Power Infusion if they have to, and they can get off some pretty big healing pretty quickly. And then, like I said, with Fear and some of the other things they have, but the only thing that makes the Resto Druid better is just the fact that they don't run out of mana. With Innervate, whatever it is, they just don't seem to run out of mana like a Priest does. And I think it's because Priest spells are not quite as mana efficient as the Resto Druid spells. But I would always, if I was going to play, like let's say I was a rogue or something and I was looking for a healer, I would 100% want a Priest healer over a Resto Druid healer, like every time. I would never pick a Resto Druid. In fact, I'm not sure. I think the one thing that's really good, with the Resto Druid is the reason that the Warrior Resto Druid works pretty well is because the Resto Druid can root, and sometimes the Warrior can get kited a little bit or have a hard time getting to the target. Not always, normally with charge and stuff you can get there, but if your charge is on cooldown, sometimes it may be a little bit difficult to get to a target, especially if the target's got some sort of a slow like a rogue. But the Resto Druid can just earth root. You can just root somebody, and that really helps that warrior to get on them, and it can be really powerful actually.
A lot of my friends have been telling me that the druid ends up being better. But even on a lot of the tournament realms and even on endless, I feel like the priest just has a different playstyle where it's a much more aggressive healer.
Well, it's much more damage. More damage.
PI,
way more
it has
damage.
Mana burn. It has magic the spell, so you can keep your teammates a lot more offensive, right? You can get them out of those novas. You can get them out of those sheeps, and you can have those fears, and you can really just run people down. The only issue with the priest is that you're susceptible to being trained relatively easily, and then you also will eventually run out of mana a little bit easier, and you're not as mobile. But you have that more offensive playstyle.
Definitely not as mobile.
Me, I'm more of a priest fan. I think it's a lot more fun to have that aggressive playstyle, and I think by being more aggressive, you have the trade-off of putting yourself in bad positions, and that's just part of the playstyle. I don't think that makes it arguably worse. I think having an aggro playstyle, you have to have a weakness, otherwise you just run everyone over. So that's my opinion. I think this gap's really close. I think the Disc Priest and the Priest in general is a very, very strong class. And you'll see it a lot in 2s with Disc Priest Rogue. You'll see Disc Priest Hunter. You'll see, Disc Priest Mage. And in 3s, you'll see RMP. You'll see Rogue, Lock Priest. It's just very, very, very strong overall. And I think it's a very fun playstyle, and I like having Magic the Spell. I think it's just overall a more enjoyable experience, but that's my opinion, and it's up to you what you want to play. Now, the Resto Shaman I'm gonna put in the B tier because you do have more comps than the Holy Paladin. The Resto Shaman you can play with the Warrior and do pretty well. You can play with a Retribution Paladin and do pretty well with Wind Fury and Bloodlust. It's a crazy amount of damage sometimes. But the Resto Shaman can kind of fall over, and it doesn't have really any instant cast, right? You don't have Riptide yet. You have to cast everything, and that can be very, very frustrating. In 3s, you can play Shadow Play, which I think is a very strong comp, playing a Resto Shaman, an Affliction Warlock, or an SLSO Warlock, and a Shadow Priest, and with Bloodlust, and if the enemy team doesn't have a way to get rid of that Bloodlust, you can run people over. So the Resto Shaman, just because of Bloodlust, is extremely strong, and then you have all those totems with Wind Fury and Ground. Definitely has some viability, whereas the Holy Paladin is very niche. Like, you can play with the Warrior, you can play with the Rogue in 2s, and you can find some 3s comps, but not a lot of people.
Oh my God!
Holy Paladin.
He reset it like 2%.
Not one of the more desirable classes.
Shit, he reset it like 2%.
But you will see a Paladin in raid, and you will see that the Paladin's one of the best gold farmers in the game. So it has.
So interesting, like nothing too crazy. He ranks Shadow Priest and Hunter in the B tier. And he ranks the healers. Okay, he's got so much footage here, I don't see where he's actually putting him. So he's got the... damn it. That was fast.
Hello.
Okay, what are we at? Okay, I might quit at 100,000 for tonight, and then probably I'm hoping tomorrow I'll be grinding like AV tomorrow as well. And if I can get another 100,000 tomorrow, that would put me at 200,000. And then Sunday I would have to try to get another 100,000, which would put me at 300,000. Actually, tomorrow, if I could do like maybe like 160,000 tomorrow to get me to 260, and then on Sunday do like 100 to get me to 360. Then on Monday I only have to do like 50,000 honor, which is more, it's easier to do like 50,000 honor on a night where I'm, or a day where I'm working. So yeah, tomorrow if I can do like 160k honor, and then, well, actually not tomorrow, today, because it's already Saturday. If I can do 160,000 more honor, and then Sunday do like 100,000, that would be the goal. And that would get us pretty close. I think then we get, if we could get, I think the biggest thing is to get about 260,000 honor before Monday. If I could do that, and then we'll be in good shape. But yeah, so, you know, looking at his tier list, I think Stoops nails it. I don't disagree with anything he says here. In fact, I think his tier list is actually perfect. I definitely think Rogue's the best. I think Warrior's second best. We got Feral Druid. I think Ret really falls way behind because it's so easy to counter their burst. You can easily purge it. Rets are easily kited. You know, there's just a lot of negative aspects to Rets. Now, Rets in a threes team situation are a lot better because it's harder for people to focus on the red if you're in a threes team. Like if you're like Warrior, Retribution, Paladin, like for example, like maybe Restro Druid, you know, or you know, that's that team can hit pretty hard. You know, or actually, I don't know if a Ret Rogue would work, but yeah, it'd be interesting. But we're going to be doing Hunter, so we do fall within that. Yeah, the rage tier, we fall within the B tier, but which I think is pretty good, and we're still viable. So, and then of course the healer. So yeah, so I think I am going to try and maybe level a healer up a little bit for TBC Classic. That was kind of what I was looking at for that first, just to see like, do we want to do a healer? But here's another. I don't know who the hell Stinkfist is.
Hey guys, hello, it's your boy Stinkfist.
But I hate it when people say it's your boy, because really it was Asmongold that kind of made that his thing. It's like, why would you say it's your boy? You know, because you feel like you're just copying somebody else. You know, it's your boy Stinkfist. You know, come on, really. But let's see what he says. We'll see what Stinkfist says. I'm curious. Druid. Oh, he's doing all specs. So he's got Resto S++, which, so he's even got an S++ tier, which I think is not really needed for TPC. A guaranteed Rogue's going to be S++. Interesting. He's putting Survival Hunter D, which I disagree with. Wait, I was gonna say, you put it in D, I disagree.
I would put it in the meh tier, together with the balance druid, meaning you can of course make it work if we really try to. Now next up, we have the mage.
Survival in C tier. I don't know if I really agree with that. Because you still have Viper Sting, so you can still run a drain comp with the Hunter. Yeah, I don't really agree with that being in C tier. I think it really should be B tier.
Starting off with Arcane. Now, Arcane...
Arcane.
I wouldn't say is the biggest deal. Quite... The nature counter restoration.
Okay, of course Rogue's S++, Disc Priest S. Okay, I agree with that. So I agree with where you put the healer. And Warlock. He's got... Is that Affliction Warlock? It is, right?
Now, when we say Affliction, we of course mean the SL spec, which goes 50 into Affliction and 50 into Demonology.
Okay, so he's got that right. I don't know Warlocks, but I know that that's the build that everybody says is the best. And then Destruction, right?
Can really nuke you down. We have the Destruction Warlock, which I would say is B tier. I have a strong preference towards Destruction Warlock, and I think a Destruction Warlock can really nuke you down if you're not too careful. They do suffer from some survivability and mobility issues, however, their insane burst damage is just that, insane. And lastly, we have the Warriors. The only viable spec for Warrior, the Arms Warrior, is, I would say,
A.
In the S tier. In the S tier it goes. It's up there with the Mage. It's up there with the Priest.
I don't know if I would say it's S tier. He's got Marksman as A tier. That kind of surprises me.
S++ tier. Restoration is possibly the most broken spec in all of TBC.
I would say that Rogue is more broken than Resto.
The Restoration Druid has all the advantages and very few disadvantages. It can run away, it cannot be stopped, it has plenty of CC, plus it can deal out some damage, and it can always hide as a cat. Now, when I say restoration is S++, of course I don't mean deep restoration, which I would put a bit lower. However, I do mean various balance restoration combos where you go into balance about as deep as you want and you go into restoration about as deep as you want, while of course always taking feral charge in feral. Moving on, let's talk about the hunters, which, you know, for some people is quite controversial. Let's start with Beast Mastery Hunter. A Beast Mastery Hunter I would put in B tier, since as some people pointed out, it is not that good once you get deep into the later stages of TBC, and it only has one giant cooldown to burst people down, which makes you and your pet immune to CC. However, I still think this spec is good because of the CC Hunter can provide. Hunter can always scattershot into trap somebody, maybe followed by another healer's long CC chain, making it pretty much impossible to break. Marksmanship, I would put into A tier. Marksmanship is a very good spec because it doesn't suffer from the Beastmastery scaling problem, and with its staple silencing shot and the CC hunters get, can set up quite the kill scenario. Coupled with a healer, this can be a devastating spec to play in 2s or even in 3s. And lastly, we have survival, which, you know, as far as survival goes, I'm not a huge fan of, but some people strongly advocate for its potency. However, only viable in certain compositions, and it doesn't offer that much power compared to Beast Mastery and Marksmanship. I would put it in the meh tier, together with the Balance Druid, meaning you can of course make it work if we really try.
Yeah, I see what he's saying. He's saying it doesn't have the potency of Marksman or Beastmaster, which is 100% true. But I think the way I play Survival Hunters, it's because I tend to play classes in a way that are just annoying. Like when I go up against people, I don't blow people up with like the hunter the way I play it. It's more of like I surprise them. Like they're thinking, oh, it's a hunter, and if I can get on the hunter as a warrior or a rogue, I'm just going to kill them. And what happens is when they do that against me, they realize it's not so easy, you know. And a lot of times they end up dying, you know. And then against a caster like a healer or a mage, what you want to do with survivals, you just want to drain them. So you're going to play the drain game. You want to Viper Sting them and just use your pet to kind of annoy them. But against like any melee class, you just want to use your traps. You want to get some damage off. You can use deterrence. You can use counterattack. And then if you once you get a counterattack off, you can go ahead and get your freezing trap down, your frost trap, sorry, your slow trap down, and then you can just kite. You can just kite them around your trap, and because of your, long distance arrows, I can't remember what the talent's called, Hawkeye. Because of Hawkeye, you know, you're going to be able to keep people at a long distance because you're just shooting from so much further away. So. But yeah, I think if I did play another class, it probably would. Oh man, we better. Okay, no, we got a good push. Okay, let's just push. Hopefully, yeah. I don't know how much time I'll put into a priest though. I really want to just play the hunter and really focus on just getting really good with the hunter in TBC Classic and TBC Anniversary, but I don't know. I'm sure there's gonna be times when I want to play a different class. You know, you get a little bit burned out.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Too many. Too many people on me.
You were screwed.
Jeez, like how many people were on me? Jeez, there's like six, 7 people trying to kill me. And it's funny, any of those melee 1v1 I would have killed. Like the warrior, the rogue, any of those 1v1 I would have annihilated. But can't take out 7 people. Or even 2. I mean, it's very difficult to even take out 2 at a time. It's possible, but difficult.
You can kiss your ass.
2 rogues. Yeah. Double rogues, that's no fun. I mean, I was like almost dead coming out of the stun rotations. You gotta love it. We'll cancel this. Let's go ahead and res. Hopefully the Alliance can pull off the kill. Yeah. Nice. Nice! Don't leave me here. Alright, 95,000. So we do need one more win, I think.
Off with you. Watch your back. Off with you.
Now, I think... I need to set up my World of Warcraft stuff. Oh, somebody used the Wayback Machine. I gotta get this WoW Insider Kit stuff downloaded. This is everything. The templates, screenshots, logos, HTML. I gotta get all this stuff downloaded. I want to create a World of Warcraft fan site using the original World of Warcraft vanilla fan site kit. If I can figure out, if I can do it, we're gonna try to set one up. Is there somebody there? Hang-ups, tin me down. Over and over. Where's my pet at? Like, where you at, pet?
Lovely.
Break their bones.
Keeps the kids off the streets, gives them something to do, something to eat. This spot was a playground. This flat land used to be a town. Black gold in a white flag. Won't you fill up the tank? Let's go for a ride. Short like to feel some pride, but this place just makes me feel sad inside. Black gold in a white flag. Won't you fill up the tank? Let's go for a ride. I don't care about no wheelchair. I got so much left to do with my life.
What can I do for you? Savings now. Talk to me. Be good. Watch your back. Be good.
All right, where we stand? 98,000. We're awfully close to 100,000.
Where the river broke, the bloodwood and the desert oak, holding wrecks and boiling diesels, steaming 45 degrees. The time has come to save fast fare, to pay the rent, to pay our share.
Do I even have a paladin? Yeah, I do. I remember if I had a paladin on this one. How do we babe while our beds are burning? Understands while our earth is turning.
How do we sleep while our beds are burning?
What is the...
Has come to save this fare, to pay the rent now, to pay our share. Far we'll scare the cockatoos from Kentar East to yonder blue. The western desert lives and breathes in 45 degrees. The time has come to save face fair, to pay
Pay our rents. Pay our share.
the time has come. A fact's a fact. It belongs to them. Let's give it
Back. His voice, man. Our earth is turning. I need 319,000 more armor. Oh, he popped a healing potion. You see that shit? He had to pop a healing potion against me because I was kicking his ass so bad. The only reason I started to have trouble with my health is because those archers are shooting me. Oh, it turned into a turtle. I get. Well, looks like we're gonna lose this one to the horror, which is fine.
You are my purpose. You're everything. And how can I stand here with you and not be moved by you? Would you tell me how could it be any better than this? Yeah. You calm the storms when you give me rest. You hold me in your hands. You won't let me fall. You still my heart when you take my breath away. Would you take me in? Take me deeper now. And how can I stand here with you and not be moved by you? Would you tell me how could it be any better than this? And how can I stand here with you and not be moved by you? Would you tell me how could it be any better than this? 'Cause you're all I want, you're all I need, you're everything, everything. You're all I want, you're all I need, you're everything, everything. You're all I want, you're all I need, you're everything, everything. You're all I want, you're all I need, everything, everything. When how can I stand here with you? Will I be moved by you? Would you tell me how could it be any better than this? When how can I stand here with you? Will I be moved by you? Would you tell me how could it be any Would you tell me how could it be any better than
You can kiss your ass. Goodbye.
I just want them to win this because this is kind of silly. We were doing so good. We're not doing so good now.
Take the time to make some sense of what you want to say, and cast your words away
This one?
upon the waves, and sail them home with acquiesce on a ship of hope today. And as they land upon the shore, tell them not to fear no more.
Say it loud, sing it proud today.
And then dance if you wanna dance, please brother take a chance. You know they're gonna go which way they wanna go. We know is that we don't know how it's gonna be. Please brother let it be. Life on the other hand won't make us understand. We're all part of a master plan. Say it loud and sing it proud today. I'm not saying right is wrong. It's up to us to make the best of all the things that come our way. 'Cause everything that's been has passed. The answer's in the looking glass. There's 420 million doors. All nights endless corridor. Say it loud and sing it proud today. We'll dance if they wanna dance. Please, brother, take a chance. You know they're gonna go which way they wanna go. We know is that we don't know how it's gonna be. Please, brother, let it be.
Life, on the other hand, won't make you understand. We're all part of a man. Wow, nice. All right, so there we go. We did get 100,000 honor. So we only got like 400,000 more to go. Yeah, we'll do another one. I'm enjoying the music, so let's do another one.
you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're
Gonna let me in.
I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it
Somewhere only
we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. A simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin.
He does a really good cover of that song. Chosen road. Oh, I only wish that I could be. Realizing down the road that I must travel. Go and where you follow. That guitar squeal. What's up, John? That guitar squeal, you hear that? This is the classic 80s guitar, like, twirl. Listen to this. There, right there. That. Oh, just a lot of 80s, a lot of old 80s and music had that guitar kind of squealy shit. Yeah, like Poison and more of the hair bands did it, you know, like Poison and like White Snake, that kind of shit. He LA's I go where you follow. This is like one of those songs that, like, you know, I grew up in the 80s, so this is like one of those songs that was just ingrained in my psyche, my head. Like when I hear this song, I think of the years that I grew up in the 80s. This was like one of my all-time favorite songs in the 80s. I don't know why. I just loved this song. And I remember I was a high schooler probably when I don't even know when this song first came out. Let's see. Let's find out. This song came out in 1985. So I would have been a freshman in high school when this came out. Travel, the darkness of the night. Oh, and will you follow, follow? Down the road that I must travel. Good stuff. Good times, man.
Stop the season, stop the sting. A plastic mic, broken string, infected wound from a rusted ring. So
is connected is beautiful, and now I know just where I stand. Thank God.
This can be the bitter end. I know it won't.
You get in the same group with Chav. I made a mistake. It's beautiful, and now I know just where I stand. I had a different. That's fine. Every day. Oh no. No! My pet got him. Ah. Oh well.
Don't you go, it makes no sense when all the talk and Superman just take away the time and get in the way. Ain't it just like rain? And love is only ever away. Inside you the time moves and she don't fade. The ghost in you, she don't fade. Inside you the time moves and she don't fade. The ghost in you, she don't fade. Inside you the time moves and she don't fade. If you need a friend, don't look to a stranger. You know in the end, I'll always be there. And when you're in doubt, and when you're in danger, take a look all around. And I'll be there. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you I will.
Oh, wow.
Is through, and so is your temper. You know what to do. I'm gonna always be there.
He's getting healed.
Sometimes if I shout, it's not what's intended.
He was getting healed.
These words just come out
Or I would have had him.
with no cross to.
I can't tell you how many times people bail out the Warriors, man. I'm always kicking Warriors' ass, and they always get bailed out.
But I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. And if I had to walk the world, I'd make you fall for me. I promise you. I promise you I will. Need to tell ya, gotta tell ya, I've gotta tell ya. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. And if I had to walk the world, I'd make it fall for me. I promise you. I promise you I will.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that trip the copyright. Yeah, there's a lot of them that do it. I just get to the point where I want to hear the music I want to hear, and I As sad as it is, you think it is this one? It could be this one. Here, let's we'll remove it from the playlist just to see. Although you know what? I'm not gonna remove it from the playlist. But yeah. What happens is I end up streaming for like 5 or 6 hours. And I go through about 3 hours of playing like music that I know won't really, I mean, it might flip the copyright, but it won't block the stream. And then I just get so sick of hearing music that I don't really want to hear. And then I start listening to music that I want to hear. And that's the music that usually, because it's music that's maybe more well known. I don't know. Again, I've always thought that it's just so stupid. It's like, why are you blocking a stream that's basically free advertisement for your music? Like how many times I'm playing WoW and someone says, "Oh, what's this song that you're playing? What's this song? What's this song?" I mean, that's advertisement for your music. Why would you want to stop that? Why would you want to stop that? You know, it doesn't make any sense. You know, it's not like people are going to be like, "Oh, I'm going to record the stream and like listen to his music instead of buy the music," because you know, it's the streams. There's all kinds of shit going on. You know. See if we can get my pet over here on this. See if we can take out this mage. Mages aren't my best forte, but let's try it. I mean, he's gonna ice block, right? Oh, maybe he can't ice block. Oh, I guess not. I guess it's ice. But normally, if I get on a mage, they just ice block.
Although you could have done more. Oh, you're so naive, yes, so how could this be done with such a smiling sweetheart? Oh, and your sweet and pretty face.
Oh boy.
Something so beautiful. Oh, that every time I look inside, I know she knows that I'm not fond of asking. True or false it may be, or she's still out to get me. And I know she knows that I'm not fond of asking. True or false it may be, she's still out to get me.
Come fight me in this burning building. You're so naive, yes, so. That warrior's running away from you. See that? You see? That warrior was straight up just running away from me because I was kicking his ass, dude. You check this out. This is great. Like he was just running away, right? Oh, stream unavailable. Oh, stream available. Oh, so it does. It's funny that it shows there when I try to go back and watch it. It shows it is blocked, even though like on my when I was looking at it earlier, I could actually see it. That was weird. Oh, that's too bad because that was beautiful. That was beautiful. I wonder why the live playback for me should still show it. That's kind of bogus, man. Let's see. Wait, no, I think it. Oh, come on, really? Oh, that's unfortunate. That is so unfortunate because that was so funny. That was so fucking funny. Oh well. Yeah, just copyright. Yeah, they just blocked the video feed. I guess you can probably still hear me. I don't know. They just blocked it because I was playing music that's copyright. Which is just like bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, it totally sucks, dude. But it was just so funny. It blocked it right at a point that was hilarious. So I had this warrior. I was in one of the bunkers, and I jumped out of the bunker down to the ground, and this warrior was killing a priest on my team. I start beating on the warrior, so immediately he kills the priest. So the warrior turns and thinks he's like full health. He thinks he's gonna kill me. I don't even have my pet. My pet's like, since I jumped off the top of the bunker, my pet's like running down and around. And so I'm just down on the ground, slapping the guy in the face with wing clip and raptor strike. I go ahead and and proc deterrence, and so he's just like swinging away, and it's like parry, parry, block, dodge. I mean, I'm dodging, parrying like 80% or 60% of his attacks, and then my pet shows up, and then of course I have my pet stun him. I pop Bestial Wrath. And all of a sudden, his health just starts dropping, and he just starts backpedaling. He's just backpedaling, and he's wing clipped, so he can't move very fast. So he's trying to get away from me. It was so hilarious. Like I always love seeing a warrior come up to me like a hunter, and they always think they're just gonna crush me, like every time, because they're like, it's just a hunter. He can't even use his bow because I'm up in his face. And then I start killing them, and they always freak out. They're like, oh shit. He's killing me. I can't wait until I get my. That's the whole point where I'm doing the whole point while I'm doing the grind here is to get my rank 14 weapon, right? Is to get my Grand Marshal, because then it's going to be even more interesting to see. Yeah, he was backpedaling with wing clip on him, and the only reason I didn't kill him is because a druid came up and started healing him. And what was funny is another warrior came up, and so I had a warrior standing next to me who wasn't attacking me, a horde warrior, and then a druid standing next to me. And they were and the other warrior who I was killing was backpedaling, and the druid threw a few heals on him, but the druid actually stopped healing him, and I almost still killed him. So it's almost like the druid and the other warrior were just watching to see if I could kill the warrior. So it was just really comical. It was like really funny. I was like, oh man, I wish they wouldn't stop the stream right at that moment, because it was just like it was just so funny. It's always funny to watch the warriors, and you can tell because they start popping healing potions. Like the warriors are literally popping healing potions against me. I'm a freaking hunter. Like I'm in your face killing you as a hunter. Now, I will say that if I don't have deterrence up against a warrior, then I have to get some time during that duel with some distance where I can get maybe a super sting off, and I have to get down my immolation trap on him. If I don't get immolation trap, if I don't get a little bit of distance, I can't just go up to a warrior and kill him. I mean, maybe I could if I have my pet stun up and I've got Bestial Wrath up, which Bestial Wrath up's pretty much almost all the time anyway, because it's such a short cooldown. Well, it's a 2-minute cooldown. It's pretty short. But I'd have to get a little bit of RNG, but typically most warriors in that situation probably would kill me. But as long as I have like deterrence, or even I can get a wing clip off and just kind of get a little bit of distance on the warrior. The other thing where warriors can really crush me is if they come in and they fear me right off the bat, and they also get a fear on my pet, then that can be tough. because a lot of times a warrior, even just during that fear, they can take off like half of my health. And of course, once a warrior gets me down to execute range, it's pretty much game over. But I always know warrior's gonna do fear. So if my Beast of Wrath's up, I'm gonna proc Beast of Wrath almost instantly. That way, at least my pet is still doing damage on him. And I like to get the stun on him right away, so I can go ahead and try to drop Immolation Trap right at their feet, get that on him, then Wing Clip, then move away, get a Serpent Sting on him. Then when they come back out of, hopefully then I can move in and start beating on them. And then at that point I've got my Serpent Sting dot taking on him. I've got my Immolation Trap taking on him. My pet's already in Bestial Wrath, so he can't be feared. And so at that point, if they do fear me, they're still going to take a lot of damage. The damage from the Serpent Sting, the trap, and my pet. And then, when I come out of the fear, if I'm still going to have a little bit of health left, I'll pop the turrets, and then I can usually just finish them off at that point. Usually they're low enough on health that I can pretty much kill them. Rogues are actually easier because rogues don't hit as hard as a warrior, and they also don't have execute. So the only way rogues kill me is they have to basically use all their cooldowns. They have to they have to open up on me where I can't have any way to stop them. They have to open up a stealth, do a full stun rotation. Where a rogue will fuck up is if he tries to blow his wad too soon. If he tries to just get a few combo points and do an eviscerate and not go into a kidney shot, then he's screwed. So at that point, once I get the pet stun, Bestial Wrath, get feign death into an Immolation Trap. Once again, the Emo Trap and then the Bestial Wrath is going to pretty much really hurt him. Now, a lot of times they'll blind me too. If they panic and I'm killing them, they'll blind me and reset. So rogues can be tough too. But that's all. Both of those, when I'm talking about those encounters 1-on-1, that's talking about them getting the opener on me. Now, if I get the opener on a warrior or rogue, then it's completely different. It's completely different, right? If I get up the rogue and get him out of stealth, get Hunter's Mark on him, get Serpent Sting on him, get my pet on him, it's pretty much game over. The rogue is fucked because he's not really going to be able to re-stealth. Because even if he vanishes, I can just flare and usually get him out of stealth anyway. And plus, he can't. The vanish doesn't get rid of the Serpent Sting, I don't believe. So, he's still kind of screwed.
Keep your feet on the ground.
I just can't wait till we get the rank 14 weapons, and then we'll get to see how good we can handle these newbie warriors and newbie rogues. It's almost like they stopped. It's almost like the warrior and druid kind of stopped helping the warrior because they were so surprised that I was kicking his ass. And they're like, this is interesting. This hunter's meleeing this warrior and he's beating him. It's almost like they realized what was going on and said, hey, let's watch this. But at that point, it was too late. At that point, I was almost dead. And they, then the other warrior killed me. Yeah, they rubbernecked. And then, yeah, you're right, they rubbernecked. And then the other warrior killed me, the one that was standing next to me. He kind of watched for a few seconds, and then he said, ah, fuck it, and he killed me. Okay, let's do... It looks like they're still trying to block my stream, so let's just do this. This is, yeah, and then they blocked it again. What a bunch of fucking assholes. Well, I think I'm just going to go to bed anyway, because the queues are getting, it says less than a minute, but yeah, I think I'm just going to go to bed. It's 4:30 in the morning, so I should be back at it tomorrow. We'll be back at it tomorrow doing More AVs. We spent 5 hours doing AVs, and we didn't end up getting 100,000. I mean, we got 100,000, but we didn't get. I mean, we were at 30-some thousand, so I only got about maybe 75 to 80,000 honor in 5 hours. So that shows you how hard it is. 75, 80,000 honor in 5 hours. That's insane. So we're at 110,000 honor, and we got to get to. I would like to get to at least 330,000 honor minimum. So if I do 330,000, then 500 next week. That's 8. That's 830, and I need 8. I think I need 820. According to Ranker, what I need is I need 400. So yeah. Oh yeah. It says I need 837,500. So 838,000. Let's just say 840,000 honor. So in that scenario, we need to get at least 300 and maybe 350,000. I don't know, 350,000 honor minimum. But if I can get to 500,000, that would be nice too. Then it means next week I don't have to get as much honor. So, but I'm gonna do everything I can to try to get it, because I don't want to go more than 2 weeks before I get rank 14. So just no reason to prolong this shit. Just get it done. Do the pain, get it done. But I will catch you guys later. Have a good one. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night, everybody. Peace out.